determined to make sure that we do nothing to undermine a very successful sector that helps keep food security at high levels in this country.
Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To cycle money off from the Restoration Fund for, quote, unrelated purposes. What assurance can the Secretary of State provide that money in the Restoration Fund will be used to clean up our waterways, not government rising debt interest?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I don't recognise that report. The money for the Restoration Fund is being used now and is funding projects up and down the country. And as I has mentioned already, the future money from fines is going to be ring-fenced for environmental projects up and down the country as well.
Final question, David Withers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secured compensation for Severn Trent customers in Norton and Packmore who would suffer discoloured water supplies, and for another resident who had sewage flooding their garden. Whilst I welcome recent investment to upgrade our pipes and small form Burstman Tunstall, can the Minister please outline how he will hold water bosses to account so residents can finally see real improvements?
Well, he, of course, is an outstanding champion for his constituency in Stoke-on-Trent North, and during 24-25, more than 800 compliance inspections were conducted at 7 Trent water sites. The EA will be attending more minor pollution incidents and continue to attend all serious pollution incidents. And, of course, we've given Ofwat the powers to ban the payment of bonuses to water bosses who damage the environment and let customers down. And I congratulate him for supporting those tough new measures.
Yeah. Right, let us move on to oral questions. Solicitor General. Take care, everyone. All right, Robert. You're on next, Kate, yeah? Oh, right. Right, let us come to questions. Solicitor General. Catherine Vokes.
Question number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer questions 1 and 7 together. This government was elected with a landmark mission to halve violence against women and girls in a decade, and despite the challenges that we inherited, we've recently secured a record funding settlement for the Crown Prosecution Service, which will allow the CPS to hire more prosecutors and play their part in rebuilding a criminal justice system that truly delivers for victims.
That's from Vokes.
Thank you, and I was glad to hear, after I raised it for the first time in November, of the launch of the West Midlands pilot of the Victims' Right to Review scheme, which will give victims of rape and serious sexual violence an opportunity to challenge a prosecutor's decision to drop their case. But too many victims have already waited a huge amount of time to get any opportunity for justice, including those in my constituency of Monmouthshire. After being reported to the police, adult rape cases take an average of 2 years to complete in court. How is the government working to reduce those waiting times?
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important issue, and I know from meeting rape charities and indeed from meeting CPS units right across the country how long waits for justice harm victims and sometimes mean that victims drop out of cases altogether. This government and the CPS are taking action to reduce court delays, including by increasing the number of Crown Court sitting days and the number of counsel available to prosecute RASO cases.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I declare I am an ambassador for Leeds Women's Aid. I welcome the proposed changes to the Victims' Right to Review scheme that are being piloted, as do constituents within Leeds North West, which will give victims a greater say in their cases. Could the Solicitor General outline the specific way in which these changes will help victims and what she considers the impacts will be?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important issue. The Victims' Right to Review scheme is an important pillar of the criminal justice system, and through the CPS's pilot scheme to offer victims a review prior to a decision to offer no evidence, victims will be empowered to challenge more decisions. That's likely to lead to better decision-making, more victims staying in the system, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, more offenders being put behind bars.
Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, I was unsuccessful in trying to amend the government's proposed new spiking law to ensure that reckless spiking is an offence. Will the Solicitor General meet with me to discuss the challenges for prosecuting violent crime towards women and girls if the government is unpersuaded to ensure that reckless spiking becomes illegal?
Mr Speaker, I'm more than happy to meet with the Honourable Member about this issue. He'll be pleased to know, indeed he may well know, that we did introduce this new offence for spiking, and we've included new spiking training for up to 10,000 staff in the nighttime economy to ensure that they have the skills to support victims and to prevent these type of incidents.
Jim Shannon.
I'm going to thank the Solicitor General very much for that response. Can the Solicitor General outline what support there is for the families of domestic abuse victims, specifically children who have witnessed and have been traumatised by the abuse and who need support which enable their parents to feel more confident in continuing the legal cases? Thank you so much.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member raises a very, very important issue. It's incredibly important that victims of abuse of any kind, especially children, are supported through the criminal justice system, both by police and then by the CPS.
John Pearce.
Question number 2.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, this government will always make the country's national security our #1 priority. That's why we take any attempted activity conducted by hostile states on British soil extremely seriously. The CPS's Special Counter-Terrorism Division works closely with police at the investigation stage to build very strong cases from the outset, and that approach, Mr Speaker, delivers results. Last year, 98% of those tried for terrorism-related offences in this country were convicted.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I welcome the Solicitor General's response. Many of my constituents are very concerned about state-backed terror, given the recent arrests in and around my constituency. Will the Solicitor General update the House on the implementation of Jonathan Hall's report on state-backed terrorism and how that may help us to improve conviction rates?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend rightly refers to Jonathan Hall's case's recommendations in the area that he refers to. And as the Home Secretary announced, we are committed to taking forward the suite of recommendations to tackle state threats made in Jonathan Hall's review, including the creation of a new prescription-like power to cover state threats.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Ben McGuire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently met Hong Kong pro-democracy activist Chloe Chung, who reported being followed by men here in London after a large bounty was placed on her head by the Chinese government. Despite providing copious evidence to the police, she received no follow-up at all. The lawyers of detained activist Jimmy Lai are also being harassed, while the new Chinese super embassy plans, if built, could seriously increase China's capacity for surveillance, intimidation and transnational repression against Hong Kong activists here in London. So can the Solicitor General please commit to looking into this issue urgently so that we can all have confidence in the UK's ability to prosecute hostile state actors and protect those living on UK soil?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member raises a very important issue, and I will make sure that Home Office colleagues have heard the concerns that he raises today. Ministers have raised concerns of the nature he refers to with the authorities, including in Hong Kong and Beijing. But I want to be very, very clear that we will not tolerate any attempts by foreign governments to harass or harm their critics on British soil.
Blake Stevenson.
Question number 3, Mr Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member will be aware that the Law Officers Convention prevents me from disclosing whether or not advice has been sought from the law officers, whether advice has been given, and indeed the content of any advice.
Blake Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Given the Attorney-General has recently been forced to apologise for his comments about those who believe the ECHR is impeding efforts to tackle illegal migration, does this not call into question the credibility of any advice being given by the Attorney-General, and whether we can take the government's plans to stop the boats seriously?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, the Law Officers Convention, as I said, prevents me from disclosing whether or not Lord Hermer advised on this issue or indeed any other. What it doesn't do, however, is prevent me from saying that I'm surprised he wants to talk about illegal migration, given the abject mess his party left the country in.
Chris Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Counter-terrorism powers could optimise the effectiveness of Border Security Command. I wonder if the Solicitor General could advise on how the Crown Prosecution Service is being empowered to tackle illegal migration and people smuggling.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend raises a very important point. what he refers to as a critical part of the government's plan to secure our borders. The CPS have recently received new funding to step up surveillance and prosecutions, which will mean that those who commit the horrible crimes in relation to people smuggling feel the full force of the law.
Solicitor General Helen.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 9 of our European allies have written to Strasbourg. They've requested a reset of the European Convention on Human Rights. This is to allow national parliaments to remove foreign offenders who threaten public safety. Britain's signature is missing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we weren't even asked to join. And I think, unfortunately, this says everything about the way this government is viewed by others. So can the Solicitor General confirm whether the government will now back this initiative, or will it leave it to others to defend the primacy of democratic lawmaking?
Mr. Speaker, as the Lord Chancellor made very clear yesterday, the UK remains committed to the ECHR, but it is absolutely right that as the challenges facing modern democracies evolve, so must international law and indeed domestic interpretation of that law. This government is taking a serious, considered and responsible approach, and we have a history of engaging very constructively with the court.
According to press reports, Kari Abdul Rauf, a convicted ringleader of the Rochdale child rape gang, is still living in the town. This is nearly 10 years after a judge ordered his deportation. Repeated appeals under Article 8 of the ECHR, Right to Family Life, have blocked his removal. So what action is the government taking to stop criminals abusing Article 8 to defeat Parliament's clear intention to deport them?
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, if you come to this country, you play by our rules. That is why, when we came into office, we've been taking action to ensure that foreign offenders can be deported at the earliest opportunity. In the period since we've been in office, Mr. Speaker, we've deported nearly 30,000 foreign criminals and failed asylum seekers. That's the highest rate of returns for more than half a decade. It's the right thing to do. It will save prison capacity and it will save taxpayers' money.
Sean Barrett.
Well done.
Mr. Speaker, in its recent report, the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs highlighted this government's Safer Streets mission as a key vehicle through which to address the connection between drug use and criminality. The government's flagship crime and policing bill will expand police powers to conduct more drug tests on more suspects upon arrest, which will help direct more drug users into treatment and away from illegal drug use.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thanks to the Solicitor General for the answer, but as drug-related deaths here are now at record levels, particularly due to the increase in synthetic opioids, I believe we need to look again at supervised drug consumption facilities, which are an evidence-based intervention that can save lives and public spending. Both the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs and the Health and Social Care Select Committee have been supportive of this. So would she now consider facilitating a legal mechanism here, as in Scotland under the Lord Advocate, to enable local health and police authorities who wish to do more pilot programmes of these facilities to establish their efficacy?
Solicitor General.
Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely right that we ensure that those that fall into drug addiction are able to access adequate support, services and routes to rehabilitation as well. But as my right honourable friend, the Minister for Policing, said to the Scottish Affairs Committee recently, the government does not have plans to amend the law to permit the introduction of drug consumption facilities. We are very clear, however, that drug deaths are avoidable, and we're committed to supporting more people into recovery so that they can live healthier, longer lives.
Andy Slaughter, Chair of the Select Committee.
Mr. Speaker, given that the independent sentencing review suggests more use could be made of community sentences in such cases, but courts seem reluctant to make use of them as an alternative to custody. What can the law officers do to ensure sentences have confidence in community sentences, which have better outcomes than imprisonment in reducing reoffending?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, as my right honourable friend knows, David Gork has conducted a sentencing review which has gone to, it covers a wide range of these issues. He's absolutely right, though, that we do need to have public confidence in community sentencing. I think that's very important.
Deb Robertson.
Mr Speaker, question number 5, please.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, this government is taking the serious, robust and tough action needed to secure our borders. That's why we're giving the police counter-terror powers to deal with the people smuggling gangs. We've backed that with a funding boost to the CPS to enhance its capacity to prosecute cases involving these appalling cross-border smuggling networks.
Deb Robertson.
Mr Speaker, people across Lichfield, Burntwood and the villages in my constituency want to see the government get a grip on people smuggling in the Channel after the dereliction of the previous government. Too many lives are at risk, too many people are making this dangerous crossing, and whilst it's great news that police are working hard and have arrested dozens of people smugglers and seized almost £500,000 of criminal cash, it's clear we need to go further and faster. What steps is the Solicitor General taking to ensure that people smugglers face the hefty jail terms they deserve?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's vital that police and prosecutors work together to bring people smugglers to justice. And it's vital that our criminal justice system sends a clear message that people smuggling will be met with hefty jail terms. I'm pleased to be able to tell him, Mr Speaker, that in May this year, an offender who played a leading role in an organised crime group which smuggled nearly 4,000 migrants was sentenced to 25 years imprisonment.
Gregory Campbell.
Does the Minister understand the frustration, annoyance and anger of many, many people here in the United Kingdom at the fact that we are spending many millions of pounds paying the French authorities for what appears to, at the moment anyway, to be doing very, very little to smash these gangs that we keep on being told are going to be smashed?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, international partnerships are an incredibly important part of our plan to smash the gangs, and our recent work with the French government in particular is bearing a great deal of fruit. In fact, we're hopeful that we will soon be able to, the French will soon be able to address the situation which they currently can't, which is when would-be migrants are in shallow water.
Zoe Franklin.
Question number 6, please, Mr Speaker.
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, this government is fully committed to ensuring that we meet our legal obligations. The rule of law is the bedrock of our parliamentary democracy, and it underpins not only our legal and judicial systems, but it also provides the basis for the global success of our legal services sector.
Zoe Franklin.
I thank the Solicitor General for her answer. In light of the Supreme Court's judgment defining sex in the Equality Act as strictly biological, and public comments from the EHRC suggesting trans individuals may not be entitled to privacy protections under Article 8, what steps is the Solicitor General and her office taking to ensure that domestic law remains fully aligned with the UK's obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights, particularly Articles 3, 8 and 14? And does the government intend to clarify or consolidate domestic equality law and the ECHR obligations to avoid growing legal divergence?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, as to the steps that the law officers are taking, I'm afraid that by convention I have to refer to the law officers' convention. But with regard to her wider point, Mr Speaker, and the Supreme Court's ruling in For Women Scotland, the government has been very clear that we'll continue to support single-sex spaces, whilst also affirming the important rights that trans people have and continue to have under the Equality Act.
Look there.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to ask about our compliance with Article 14 with regards to the fast-track justice system. My constituent, a woman with schizophrenia, has been convicted of not paying her TV licence during mental health difficulties sparked by her mum's mental illness. Will the Solicitor General meet with me to discuss the single justice procedure and the way it's used in cases like this?
Solicitor General.
Mr Speaker, I will indeed meet with my honourable friend to discuss this issue. I believe that the Ministry of Justice has recently consulted on the single justice procedure. I'm more than happy to discuss it with him.
Right, that completes Solicitor General questions. Let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to business questions. Acting Shadow Leader.
Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I shall. The business for the week commencing the 23rd of June includes Monday the 23rd of June, general debate on Pride Month. Tuesday the 24th of June, Estimates Day, second allotted day. There will be debates on estimates relating to the Department for Education, the Department for Health and Social Care and the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government. Wednesday the 25th of June, Estimates Day, third allotted day. There will be debates on estimates relating to the Ministry of Justice insofar as it relates to criminal justice, the Ministry of Defence insofar as it relates to the remit of the National Armaments Director and the Department for Transport. At 7 p.m, the House will be asked to agree all outstanding estimates. Thursday the 26th of June, proceedings on the Supply and Appropriation Main Estimates No. 2 Bill, followed by general debate on Armed Forces Day. Friday the 27th of June, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week commencing the 30th of June will include Monday the 30th of June, second reading of the Deprivation of Citizenship Orders Effect During Appeal Bill. Tuesday the 1st of July, second reading of the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill. Wednesday the 2nd of July, consideration of Lord's message to the Armed Forces Commissioner Bill, followed by motion to approve the Draft Armed Forces Act 2006 Continuation Order 2025. Thursday the 3rd of July, business to be determined by the Backbench Business Committee, and Friday the 4th of July, private members' bills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by congratulating the Right Honourable Lady. This is now the third time I've had the pleasure of responding to her business questions. They have proved to be remarkably fruitful encounters. At our first encounter, I asked the Leader of the House to press the Chancellor to U-turn on winter fuel payments. And the Right Honourable Lady is clearly very influential because the U-turn on that shameful attack on pensioners came just a few weeks later. At our second encounter, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Right Honourable Lady to get the government to U-turn on a national inquiry for the victims of the rape gangs. And this week, the Prime Minister finally did the right thing and delivered a U-turn on that as well. The Prime Minister may be getting dizzy from all his U-turning, but I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady on listening to this side of the House, using her influence and securing those U-turns. Let me now turn to one of the most important tasks of any government, getting people into and keeping them in work. On this side of the House, we know that economic growth comes from the success of businesses and the risk-taking entrepreneurs. The party opposite have never understood that, and we are now seeing it have disastrous consequences for our country. Unemployment reached record lows under the Conservative government. Labour governments are always incredibly successful at driving unemployment higher. This one seems determined to be the best ever at putting more and more people out of work. Last week, we saw the devastating impact of the Chancellor's reckless national insurance tax raid. Businesses warned her that the national insurance tax raid would cost jobs. They were right. The UK unemployment rate is now at its highest level since the pandemic. Job vacancies have collapsed. Last month, there were 109,000 fewer employees on payroll. These are the direct results of a Chancellor and a government that do not understand business. But it is about to get a whole lot worse. Businesses are clear that the Employment Rights Bill will cost more jobs. The UK's leading business groups have collectively told the government its Employment Rights Bill will damage economic growth and jobs. The government giving people rights for jobs they simply won't have. The truth is this government is beholden to its union paymasters.
It cannot listen to businesses. It is a government that has taken a time machine back to the employment nightmare of the 1970s, where union barons gave Labour ministers their marching orders. But whilst this government and the unions try and refight the battles of the 1970s, the world of work is changing at a rapid rate because of artificial AI brings many benefits. But it is also true that AI is a clear and present risk to the stability of our labour markets and to the livelihood of millions of people in this country. Despite its love of regulation in all other aspects of our life, this Labour government has yet again delayed its AI regulation bill. So AI is developing unchecked and changing jobs in ways that will have a long-term impact. Whilst businesses and workers grapple with the new reality of a 21st century AI economy, the government is determined to burden them with taxes and regulations from the last century. So, will the Leader of the House use her considerable and proven influence to deliver a U-turn on the Employment Rights Bill before it's too late? If not, will she grant us a debate in government time on the impact of their union-inspired tax and regulation policies on businesses? Will the Leader of the House bring her party back to the 21st century and grant us a debate in government time on how we address the role of AI in the future of work? The story of this Labour government and its economic policies is now clear. If it moves, they tax it. If it doesn't move, they still tax it. If they can find a way, they send unemployment higher. If businesses warn them that things will get worse, they don't listen. If the unions want something, they give it to them. This is a government fighting the battles of the 1970s and behaving like they are still student politicians. It is a government making the people of this country poorer as each day passes.
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know the whole House will be following the unfolding events in the Middle East carefully and with a great deal of concern. And I just want to assure the House that the government is working with our partners to urge de-escalation and diplomacy, as well as continuing to engage very closely on the situation in Gaza for aid to get in and for a sustainable ceasefire. This week was the 9th anniversary of the murder of mine and many other members' dear friend Jo Cox. We remember this week everything that Jo stood for: her values, her passion, her commitment to building bridges, resolving conflict and international development. And I send my thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, to Brendan, Coolin, Layla, Jean and Gordon this week. And of course, to her dear younger sister, the member for Spen Valley, who I know Jo would have been incredibly proud of, especially in recent weeks, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure once again to be joined by the Honourable Lady, who I have a great deal of respect for and enjoy working with. And of course, I'm sure she and I are happy to take whatever plaudits we can for these exchanges that we have at Business Questions, because I know the Prime Minister and many others follow them incredibly closely. But she's certainly an improvement on the normal exchanges that I have with the Shadow Leader, who's not in his place today. But can I start by accepting her invitation to just say a little bit about child exploitation, which she raises. And I certainly don't accept her characterisation of this as any kind of U-turn, but I think it's really important the tone that we take in these debates, and I thank her for doing that. In the midst of such unforgivable injustices, it's essential that we do actually come together across the House to lower the temperature and put victims at the centre and their experiences. And we've always said, as a government, that we would leave no stone unturned to uncover the truth, get justice for victims and lock up the perpetrators. And that's in fact why the Prime Minister commissioned Baroness Casey's review in the first place. And we've never ruled out returning to the issue of a national inquiry. We've always been guided by what would be the most effective way of getting the action, truth and justice and accountability in the most effective way possible. And some of those measures including implementing the J inquiry recommendations, particularly around mandatory reporting and also introducing new aggravated offences for grooming offenders, both of which were included in the crime and policing bill that we voted on last night. And I have to say, I was actually quite surprised to see members opposite voting against that very bill that strengthened those issues. So perhaps they could reflect on that next time they come and criticise this side of the House. She raises job creation and the economy, and I'm happy to debate that issue with her, Mr. Speaker. She didn't mention the 3 unprecedented trade deals that we have secured. They were once the party of the trade deal. They were once the party of free trade. They seem to set themselves against the trade deals that are already securing jobs and investment. And that's why economic activity is at a record high since we came into government, and it is why we have created, since we entered office, 500,000 new jobs, moving people into employment, and real wages are growing more since July, in the 10 months since July, than they did in the 10 years of the party opposite. So we're happy to stand by our record on job creation and the economy. And she talks about the Employment Rights Bill, but I'm sorry to say that is absolutely not something that this government will be U-turning on, because we're incredibly proud of giving the biggest boost in a generation to workers of this country, and it's about time too. We are giving them rights on sick pay. We are for the first time abolishing exploitative 0 hours contracts, something that many people in this House have called for a long time, and we're introducing fair pay agreements and many other things in a bill that we are incredibly proud to be delivering for this country. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I did just want to say this week of all weeks that Parliament has found itself, I think, this week at the centre of the national debate, and that's a place that I think we should always find ourselves. There's big issues at stake globally and here at home, which members of Parliament from all sides have been grappling with and taking decisions to the best of our ability, whether that's the conflict in the Middle East, publication of the Casey audit, votes on abortion and assisting dying, among many other issues. So I just want to put on record my thanks to all those across the House who've approached these issues with the respectful, non-partisan tone that they deserved. We are all elected to this place to make hard decisions, to represent our constituents with integrity and to work in their best interests. And I know that every single member of this House, Mr. Speaker, takes that job incredibly seriously. But can I just say that I think we also have a duty to not slide into personalised, over-politicised clickbait attacks on each other, which, if we're not careful, undermine us all and the democracy as a whole and threaten the safety of individuals. And I was disappointed to see that members of the Shadow Cabinet were doing just that this week, and I hope that they will reflect and withdraw some of those dangerous attacks that they launched this week, particularly as we remember Jo Cox. We do have a responsibility to take the heat out of the political debate and approach these difficult challenges with the personalised political attack, exactly, with the challenges with the thought and respect and humility that they deserve. And I think the whole House will want to do their job without fear or favour, Mr. Speaker.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I visited my Ukrainian Saturday school in Welwyn Garden City, many of the parents impressed on me the importance of having a GCSE, the option for Ukrainian children to study a GCSE in the Ukrainian language. As it stands, we can have somebody study Russian but not Ukrainian. I promise to take up the cause. I've written to all the national exam boards with some mixed responses, but I'm determined to stay on the case. So would the Leader of the House agree with me that this will be a fantastic subject for further debate in this place?
Well, absolutely. I thank him for raising that with me today. He will know that GCSE subject decisions are taken by the independent exam boards, but he may be interested to know that the Education Secretary has recently written to the exam boards asking them to consider introducing a GCSE in Ukrainian, and I hope he will continue that campaign, and I'm sure he'll get wide support from across the House.
Ray Goldman, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the outbreak of blue tongue and the subsequent announcement by the Welsh Government to impose a hard border for livestock between England and Wales leaves many border farmers' livelihoods at risk. The land used by these farms often straddles the border, and farmers rely on moving livestock daily between both countries. According to the Farmers' Union of Wales, by introducing mandatory checks, the Welsh Government is creating a wholly impractical policy. I'm reliably informed by my honourable friend, the member for Brecon, Radnor and Cwmtower, that a large majority of ewes are on one side of the border, while the tups are on the other, which will make breeding rather tricky. So will the Leader of the House ask the Minister to bring forward a statement about any work they are doing to create a more joined-up approach between England and Wales to protect farmers in these border countries? And while doing so, could we have a statement on whether the government will create a funded vaccination programme to protect livestock and livelihoods in the whole of the UK?
Leader.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for raising the issue, a very serious issue of cross-border breeding and the difficulties that she outlines. And I know this is a very worrying time for farmers. She will, I'm sure, be aware that disease control is a devolved matter, but the Department for Environment Rural Affairs is working very closely with the devolved government on this particular matter. She's right to say that the restricted zone has been put in place, and that is causing challenges for breeding, as she outlined. I understand that ministers are in constant contact with their counterparts on this issue. It was raised yesterday at Prime Minister's questions yesterday. I know it's an issue of importance to the House, and I'll make sure the House is constantly updated.
Katie White.
Thank you. The UN Ocean Conference in Leeds marked a turning point last week, with countries coming together to accelerate action to protect and restore our seas, including the UK's welcome commitment to end destructive bottom trawling in some of our most biodiverse waters. Will my right honourable friend join me in celebrating this progress and support these international efforts by providing parliamentary time to ratify the High Seas Treaty?
Well, can I take this opportunity to thank my honourable friend for all her leadership on this issue and for bringing representatives of both houses together last week to watch the very moving documentary with David Attenborough. I think it's had a profound impact on many members across this House. She's absolutely right. We've got to take action to ratify the treaty. We are committed to bringing forward legislation before the end of the year. I hope it will be sooner, and I'm really pleased that the British Government has also taken steps to ban bottom trawling in our protected marine waters.
Chair of the Backbench Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Leader for announcing the business for next week, including the Estimates Day debates. And I hope she will use her good offices to make sure there are no government statements that day. And you, Mr. Speaker, will have a very high bar for urgent questions because we have.
Let us see.
Yes, because we have 3 debates each day, and I hope that we'll be able to get a good debate on each of those subjects. For the week commencing, for Thursday, the 3rd of July, there'll be a debate on a motion on financial redress for 1950s women impacted by DWP maladministration of state pension, followed by a debate on mobile phone thefts, which of course is one subject that's raised frequently in this chamber. On Thursday the 10th of July, there will be a debate on children's health, and we are awaiting acceptance of the other debate. Now, Mr. Speaker, in Westminster Hall, I understand this afternoon that the sponsor of the debate that was due to take place on Down syndrome has withdrawn that application, so there'll be no debate because no government minister was available to answer the debate. And I hope you will use your good offices to make sure that that debate actually does happen for the benefit of the sponsor and indeed the subject. Now, next week in Westminster Hall on Tuesday, there'll be a debate on the right to maintain contact in care settings. On Thursday, there will be a debate on the role of the RAF photographic reconnaissance unit during the Second World War, followed by a debate on the BBC World Service. On Thursday, the 6th of July, I think it is, the future of music education, followed by safeguarding children with allergies at school. And the following week, on the 8th of July, a debate on alcohol and cancer, which is a very topical subject during that week. On the Thursday, a debate on state support for victims of terrorism, followed by a debate on London's contribution to the national economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, not only is Saturday the longest day, it is also International Yoga Day. And, of course, we are giving MPs, honourable members and right honourable members the opportunity to practice yoga this afternoon. So those that are not in the chamber or Westminster Hall can come along to Committee Room 10. I guarantee to provide a place for every single member that comes along so that we can actually practice yoga, which is India's gift to the world and also very, very helpful in having a healthy life and a long life as well.
Can I just say, as you mentioned about the debate, what I would say is it is disappointing there was no minister available, and that's why it was better to withdraw on the member's behalf. Leader of the House.
Well, can I first of all say namaste to the honourable gentleman. I'm a regular attender at yoga, Iyengar yoga in Manchester, and yeah, I'm not wearing high heels. I might show my tree pose, but I'll save that for another day, Mr. Speaker, perhaps later at the session later on. But thank him for announcing the forthcoming business, and it does sound like there's a number of debates that get raised in these sessions with me regularly. I am really sorry, Mr. Speaker, about the availability of ministers for the debate due to take place in Westminster Hall today. As I understand it, given the backbench business debate on the floor of the House is a health debate that's occupying one minister, another minister is involved in the public bill committee for a bill, and that's limited the availability of ministers, but we will ensure that debate is rearranged. And can I just offer my full apology to the House about the availability of ministers for that.
Emma Foodie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the light at night comes fear for some as antisocial behaviour upticks, causing real misery in some communities. I recently joined the Killingworth Neighbourhood Police team out on a walkabout to hear directly from them how they're working with North Tyneside Council to tackle this and support local people. Can we have a debate on how this government will give Northumbria Police and other agencies the powers that they need to support our communities?
Well, absolutely. Antisocial behaviour is a blight on all of our communities. We are taking big steps to strengthen police powers in this area and introduce respect orders. And we've got many measures in the crime and policing bill, which we voted through at third reading last night, which I hope will support her police.
Just to help the House, I aim to run this for around an hour so we can help each other by rushing through, I'm sure. Let's have a good example of that by Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Though they didn't mention it before the election, Labour are committed to abolishing every district and borough council in Leicestershire. And they've also invited proposals to expand the boundaries of cities. And the Mayor of Leicester has put forward such a proposal. This is universally not wanted in Erdby and Wigston and Great Glen surrounding villages. And in fact, thousands of people have signed a petition against it. So can we please at least have a debate in government time on this? Will she encourage the local government minister not to allow this expansion of the city? It's not just the higher council tax. People want to keep their local identity. And if the government are going to go ahead with this, will they at least allow people to vote in a referendum?
Well, look, I know this issue is of great concern to many members across the House, and people have very strongly held views on it. He's right that we set out a number of proposals in the white paper. Those issues are being considered, and they will be brought forward in a devolution, English devolution bill shortly, so members will have ample time to consider them. But I would just say to the honourable gentleman that the proposals should be coming from local leaders, and that's what devolution is about, and not simply being imposed from government.
Carolyn House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just this week we've seen further media reports of dangerous and unregulated cosmetics procedures ending in tragedy. In July 2021, the Beauty and Wellbeing APB, which I chair, presented a report to the Government recommending an evidence-based policy framework that would prevent such incidents occurring. Will the Leader of the House encourage colleagues in the Department of Health and Social Care to do what the previous government failed to do and act now to take control of these dangerous practices?
Well, can I thank her for her campaigning on this issue? And when she takes up campaigns, she normally gets results, and I'm sure that she will get results on this issue as well, because we do need to regulate these practices, and we do need to make sure that people are properly trained, they are accountable, and that people are able to hold them to account where things go wrong. We are responding shortly to the consultation, and I will ensure the House is updated.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Elusive Brewing, a fantastic independent brewery in my constituency of Wokingham, are brewers of Oregon Trade, a beer which won the Best IPA and Champion Beer of Britain awards. Can we have a debate in government time on the steps ministers are taking to support the people of Wokingham in enjoying great local products, such as those from Elusive Brewing and Siren Craft Brew, in their local pubs? And perhaps the Leader of the House, and maybe you, Mr. Speaker, would like to join me for a pint in one of those excellent breweries.
Well, I'm always open to an invitation on a pint. Perhaps less so the ones where I'm invited to do a run, but anyway. But absolutely, look, British beer and our brewing industry is one of the great prides of this country, and the government has been taking steps to support our great brewing industry and cask ales and the like, and I look forward to perhaps sampling the beer from his constituency soon. And I don't know if he's already done so, but obviously the bar here in Parliament does offer the opportunity for local brewers like his to share their wares with members.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I first of all welcome the huge investment the government is making in social and affordable housing. However, as I've already raised in this House, residents in my constituency, particularly in the town of Hexham and Haltwhistle, have seen a rise in the number of derelict buildings, such as the former workhouse on Corbridge Road, cottages near Hexham train station. And despite landlords purchasing these properties and demand for affordable homes in the area being substantial, those buildings are often left to deteriorate. So can we have further debate in government time to discuss solutions for inactive landlords actively defacing beautiful towns such as Hexham and Haltwhistle due to their lack of development?
Well, can I thank him for raising this issue again? And he does it week in, week out. It's obviously a really important issue for his constituency. The government is looking at how we can strengthen community right to buy in these circumstances, because we want to make sure that town centres and villages like those in his constituency can flourish into the future.
Bradford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent of mine, Yvonne, has led a brilliant community blister pack recycling initiative in Tatton Hall, and through her efforts, the project has picked up pace and is now expanding to other villages, including Tarpley, Farndon, Malpas, and hopefully in the near future, Chester. Blister packs made of plastic and aluminium contain valuable materials but aren't routinely recycled. This project highlights what local action can achieve and where national systems fall short. So can I ask the Leader of the House if she will make time for a debate on improving recycling for hard-to-recycle items?
Well, can I join her in thanking Yvonne and all the volunteers for what sounds like a really good campaign? I didn't realise that blister packs were so recyclable and so important that people do so. So in bringing it to the House today, she shared that with everybody else, and I'm sure the campaign will go from strength to strength.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, 2.9 million disabled women are of reproductive age. Tragically, disabled women are 44% more likely to have a stillbirth. As a disabled mother myself, I was devastated by the barriers I faced at every point during my own pregnancy. It was a pleasure to host Paralympians, disabled women and experts by experience at a summit here in Parliament to discuss what good, inclusive maternity care looks like. Can the Leader of the House advise on further opportunities to embed safer maternity care for disabled women in the government's women's health strategy as part of the 10-year plan?
Well, can I thank her for that? I've heard the Honourable Lady speak very powerfully of these issues before, and I think every time we all hear them, we are shocked at some of the stories that people like her and others describe. The government is bringing forward a new maternity services strategy very shortly to the House, and I will ensure that she has the opportunity to question ministers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 28th of June 1986, my constituent developed symptoms of ME. And for 40 years, he's lived with those same symptoms, which the NHS remains unable to offer any meaningful intervention. Those who've lived with ME for decades, some bedbound and in darkness, have had feel no one in authority notices or cares. In 2022, the then Health Secretary started work on a delivery plan for ME, finally offering hope. This government promised the final delivery plan for the end of March, then put it off to the end of June, which is only 7 parliamentary days away. Could the Leader of the House reassure the 1.3 million people living with ME and ME-related symptoms they won't have to wait longer than the end of June for the government commitment to address this huge intergenerational injustice?
Well, can I thank her for raising that? And I know that those who suffer and families of those who suffer with ME feel incredibly strongly that not enough has been done over many years. The government will shortly be bringing forward its 10-year NHS plan, and I will ensure that she and others get to have an update on that, and that it will contain information about ME care.
Ian Lavery.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, declare an interest as a former miner and the current member of the National Union of Mine Workers. Yesterday was the 41st anniversary of the Orgreave event. The page 73 of the Labour Party manifesto in 2024 pledged an inquiry/investigation into what actually happened at Orgreave 41 years ago. Must praise the Home Secretary for the consultation she's had with the NUM, with the Orgreave Truth and Justice campaign, with lawyers, with the Bishop of Sheffield, among many others. But can we please have a debate in the House of Commons in government time to try and push this pledge on? People are getting older, people are suffering from bad health. Can we please have a debate to discuss this very important issue?
Well, I know he's long campaigned on what happened at Orgreave, and that campaigners like him and others want to see action, accountability and justice. Every community should have confidence in their police, but what happened at Orgreave still casts a very, very long shadow over mining areas like his and in Yorkshire as well. As he says, the Home Secretary is very committed to resolving this issue and has recently and many times met with campaigners, and we are working on a response as a priority, and I will ensure the House is updated.
Andrew Ross.
Mr. Speaker, shocking new figures have come to light showing that white working class children are falling behind in all but 21 schools across England. So in places like Romford, families who've worked for generations are watching their children slip through the cracks. I understand the Education Secretary has launched an inquiry into this as to why communities like mine are facing this problem, but surely equality should mean that every child counts, not just for those who fit fashionable narratives. So, will the Leader of the House provide time to debate why this group continues to be neglected and, in some instances, marginalised?
Well, the honourable gentleman will know that this government is absolutely committed to reducing educational inequalities wherever they exist, and that's why we have a mission to deliver opportunity for all. I don't know if that means that he now supports our plans to do just that, the education plans that we've set out. You know, for example, reducing VAT on private schools in order to get more state school qualified teachers into the system. But I know the issue of white working class pupils in our schools has been an issue for many, many years. In fact, when I sat on the Education Select Committee when his party were in government, it was an issue then, and I don't really remember it ever being a priority for the previous government. But we will reduce educational inequalities wherever they exist.
Dr. Lawrence Sullivan.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this week, the Department for Transport increased the cost of using the Dartford crossing, which will impact the residents and businesses of Gravesham. Gravesham does not get the residents' discount scheme. And this week, with the announcement of the funding for the Lower Thames crossing, will the Leader please schedule a debate on river crossings between Kent and Essex and their impact on Gravesham?
Look, I know this is an issue of great concern to members close by to the crossing. And she will be aware that, unfortunately, the last time the charges were increased was 2014. And since then, demand has grown massively, and that's why we've had to look at these small increases in the fees. But I know it is a concern for members, and I'm sure that were they to apply for a debate, they would get a popular response.
Gregory Capp.
Mr. Speaker, electronic travel authorisations were first introduced in Northern Ireland just 6 months ago. Despite me having put down several written parliamentary questions, I can't seem to establish from the Home Office how many people it has been established don't have a valid ETA in the past 6 months. Can we have in government time a debate to establish the veracity of the ETAs that have been issued and the numbers of those who haven't had them in the past 6 months?
Well, I'm really sorry he's not had adequate responses from parliamentary questions, and I will ensure that they are forthcoming for him. I don't have the figures to hand, but I can see that Northern Ireland questions are coming up soon, as are other opportunities. But in the meantime, I will ensure he gets a ministerial response.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I visited the Refugee Council, proudly headquartered in my constituency of Stratford and Bow. From supporting those fleeing for their lives into finding employment, they're helping people rebuild and become part of the community in Stratford and Bow. We're also home to other excellent organisations supporting refugees, Ramfell, Praxis, the Magpie Project, to name a few. And both Tower Hamlets and Newham are sanctuary boroughs, and Newham is home to London's largest Ukrainian population. Would the Minister join me in celebrating Refugee Week by recognising the valuable contribution they and groups across the UK make, supporting refugees integrate into communities, play their part in national life in Britain, where they can proudly now call Britain home?
Well, absolutely join her in acknowledging Refugee Week. This country will always play our part alongside others to help those fleeing persecution. We have a long-standing history of welcoming refugees, and as she says, in recent years, particularly those from Ukraine and Hong Kong, and when they are here, they make a valuable contribution to our community.
Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Daniel was a very happy and full of life 13-year-old boy in Fylde until just over 2 years ago he was diagnosed with a serious brain tumour. And following multiple surgeries, a 70-week chemo treatment, and very, very sadly having a stroke whilst going through that treatment, Daniel has now been in hospital for over 2 years. He cannot move without assistance and requires assistance to breathe overnight. The local authority and the NHS have been working together with the family to help design how he can move and live at home with his parents. But there is no funding available, and he is falling through the cracks of different policies about where the funding would come from to pay for those changes which the family simply cannot afford. So could we have a debate in government time about how we ensure that no family falls through the cracks like this, and that children are not left inevitably in hospital and to get Dan home?
I'm really sorry to hear about Daniel's situation, and my heart goes to him and his family at this difficult time. I know from my own experiences in my own family of brain tumours that really it's a very, very difficult disease that many people don't recover from, and we need to go much further in research and treatment of brain tumours because too many people die too quickly of it. I'm really sorry to hear he's fallen between the different cracks. I will raise that with ministers, and he may want to know that we have got the National Cancer Plan coming later this year, and we also relaunched the Children and Young People's Cancer Task Force to ensure there is the joining up of services that he describes.
Alan Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the leader join me in condemning the appalling recent epidemic of antisocial behaviour in Spennymoor, which has seen shops attacked, playgrounds vandalised and public parks damaged? And will she agree with me that the measures we've been voting on this week to introduce respect orders, put 13,000 police officers back on our streets, are desperately needed because we must retake control of our streets and our town centres?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the antisocial behaviour in Spennymoor, which sounds really disruptive and unacceptable. He's absolutely right. The Crime and Policing Bill will do more to tackle this issue than we've done as a country in a very long time, introducing respect orders, getting more neighbourhood police on the streets and giving the police powers to do things like seizing and crushing some of the vehicles, off-road vehicles that are often involved in such antisocial behaviour.
Let's have a look. James McCleary.
Mr. Speaker. There are newspaper reports this morning that the Attorney General has provided the government with legal advice against engaging in the war between Israel and Iran. I'm sure the Leader of the House recalls that the last time the Labour government was contemplating joining the Americans in the Middle East war, the Attorney General's advice was key. So will the government publish the advice so that the House is clear on the legal basis for any future British involvement?
I'm not sure that he is aware, but governments have always had this policy, but we don't comment on what advice the Attorney General has provided, or indeed whether he has provided any advice at all. And that ensures that ministers like me and other ministers can get the advice they need and carry out government business and make decisions without fear or favour.
Brenda Singh-Zoltan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just 40% of MPs have been called to speak in this chamber on the assisted dying bill ahead of the third reading tomorrow. Many colleagues on both sides of the House have tabled amendments to the bill but not had the opportunity to speak to them. The bill is hugely significant. Many vulnerable people are looking to us to give them the safeguard they need. So will the government give more time to this bill to ensure the public have full confidence in the process?
Well, look, I know there's very strong feelings about this bill on both sides of the House, and I'm sure we can all agree that Parliament has shown itself at its best when discussing these issues in a thoughtful, considered matter. As he will be aware, this is not a government bill. It is a matter of conscience. It is a private member's bill, and as such, isn't given government time because it's not a government bill, and will follow the usual process for a private member's bill. And it is for the House to decide how long this bill is debated, and the House, through things like closure motions, can decide to give this bill longer to debate if it so wishes.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 36th anniversary of the Hillsborough disaster passed this year without the long-awaited Hillsborough Bill. Those lawyers working on the bill have said if it does not include the statutory duty of candour or legal parity for bereaved families, then it's not a Hillsborough law. So can the Leader of the House call on the Justice Minister to provide an update for the families, the bereaved and the survivors on whether these two aspects will be included in the bill?
Well, first of all, I mean, the government remains absolutely committed to fulfilling our commitment to the Hillsborough families on bringing forward and enacting Hillsborough law, which, of course, as she says, includes duty of candour, and that's because the Hillsborough families have spent decades fighting for justice, and we don't want to see that continue. It is important that that legislation reflects the range of views and concerns and experiences and meets the expectations of families, and that's why we are working at pace with families on that bill, and we will introduce it when it's ready.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important to celebrate the awards given to honourable colleagues, so will the Leader join me in congratulating both the Deputy Prime Minister and also the honourable member for Clacton for winning the award in their respective categories as Britain's sexiest politicians and that well-known website, illicitencounters.com. Does she recommend they have dinner together?
I'm sure the Deputy Prime Minister has got a very full diary, washing her hair and the like, so that it might not be possible for her to have dinner with the honourable member.
Mayor Ellis.
82 years ago, the Battle of Bamber Bridge in my constituency was a powerful moment in history where local people stood in solidarity with black American soldiers against segregation. I'm hugely grateful to councillors like the wonderful Chris Lomax, who have worked so hard to keep the memory of this special moment in history alive. And I know they're going to have a great time celebrating the anniversary this weekend with a proper American barbecue. Will the leader join with me in wishing the Bamber Bridge community a wonderful celebration at the Ye Olde Hob End this weekend? And will she consider holding a debate on the deep history of our British values of bravery and inclusion?
Well, absolutely join her in wishing the Bamber Bridge community all the best with their celebrations this week and the barbecue that they're holding and the stand that people took against racism all those years ago.
Matt Bickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I was heartbroken to hear of the loss of Norma Burton, one half of the much-loved social media duo Jess and Norma. Norma captured the hearts of millions with her warmth, her humour and a relationship amazing bond with her granddaughter Jess. Can we have a debate on the vital role that grandparents play in educating the next generation, and will she join me in paying tribute to Norma, a remarkable and inspiring woman?
Will absolutely join him in paying warm tribute to Norma Barton. I'm sure the whole House will want to join me in doing that, and the partnership with her granddaughter Jess was a great one, and I'm sure many others will agree. And he's absolutely right to point to the importance of these intergenerational relationships and how we should always respect our elders and do exactly what they say.
Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent, Owen Sutton, is 26 and living with a rare brain tumour. He's undergone 4 major surgeries, proton beam therapy and suffers frequent seizures. Despite this, he's raised thousands of pounds and awareness as an incredible young ambassador for the brain tumour charity. Owen and the charity are calling for a review of research funding. So could I ask the Leader of the House if the government could make a statement on the plans to better fund this vital life-saving research?
Well, can I join her in thanking Owen Sutton for all his fundraising? As it has just been raised by other members, I mean, the brain tumours really are the worst kind of prognosis to receive for anybody, and I know that well from my own devastating news in my own family last year as well. And the debate that we had recently was well subscribed. This government is committed to making sure we've got the very best research and treatment available for brain tumours, and I'm sure if we had another such debate it would also be very well subscribed.
Anna Sabine.
Mr. Speaker, fetal alcohol spectrum disorder is a very complicated and difficult condition which currently has no agreed medical treatment pathway. Children with FASD are disproportionately represented in the care system, and tragically numbers are on the rise since COVID lockdowns across the country, but particularly in the South West. Would the Leader commit to a debate on this important issue in government time?
Well, she's absolutely right that the early years, from conception to what's known as first 1,001 days, are absolutely vital to child development and development later in life, and that those that have the consequences of alcohol during pregnancy end up disproportionately in the care system and in many other aspects as well. That's why we are committed as a government to preventative and community health care, especially in the early years, joining all that up through our mission-led government.
Helena Donegal.
The Queensway Gateway roadworks are causing chaos for my constituents in Hastings and Rye. East Sussex County Council and Southern Water have not answered my questions about why the moving of a major water main was not planned for before these works began, delaying them indefinitely. As the Leader of the House knows, I raised this with her 6 months ago. With the work still dragging on and causing chaos, will she join me in calling on East Sussex County Council, run by the Conservatives, and Southern Water to get a grip and explain who is responsible for this chaos?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I'm really shocked that 6 months after she first raised this with me, the road to nowhere is still going nowhere fast. And she's absolutely right to call out the inaction of the Conservative-run East Sussex County Council and Southern Water, both of which I know she challenges day in, day out, and I hope she gets some answers.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The BBC reports that overnight President Trump has approved a plan to attack Iran. There's potentially a very small window of opportunity before he decides whether to escalate this war. So I was very concerned that yesterday the Deputy Prime Minister didn't give me a direct response to my question in Prime Minister's questions when I asked her to confirm that the government would explicitly seek Parliament's consent about any military support for Israel in this war. So can we have assurances from the Leader of the House that there will be a debate and a free vote in those circumstances? And given the Attorney General's reported concerns that we've heard about around the legality of Britain's potential involvement in the crisis, it's critical we get that opportunity, and I would be grateful for a clear yes-no answer from the Leader on this issue.
Well, look, the most important thing that the British government is calling for in this situation is de-escalation and diplomacy, and that is our first priority, and I think any other such conversations do not meet those ends. But on the principle of the issue that he asks me, we have been very clear about our position on this. Where there is sustained military action, that our troops are involved, sustained military action, this will of course be a matter for the House to consider.
Mr.
Speaker, New Hope Care, a private company owned by Patrick Chaser, was operating in my constituency of Stockport. It failed its staff and exploited vulnerable workers. Some of these employees were migrant workers who feared speaking out about their mistreatment and neglect they were suffering, worried it could impact their visa status. Regardless of immigration status, work should be compensated. My office has over 20 cases ongoing regarding this issue. I'm told that the company has received payments from its contracts, including Stockport Council and customers, yet it is withholding vital wages from its staff, and many of them have not been paid for 4 or 5 months. They're experiencing significant financial hardship. It is my understanding that the owners are based abroad, and will the Leader allow a debate in government time on enforcing compliance among private social care providers that fail to pay wages, such as New Hope Care?
Well, this is a shocking case, Mr. Speaker, and this government is committed to tackling these issues. In November, we took the first steps to ban rogue employers from sponsoring overseas workers, and the Immigration White Paper sets out next steps, including ending overseas recruitment in adult social care, and I will ensure he gets a ministerial response about this case.
Morgan.
Mr. Speaker, Oswestry Livestock Market in my constituency serves not only North Shropshire but also Mid Wales, and its operations are extremely under threat because of the hard border introduced for the Blue Tongue Protection Zone. So can I echo the call of my honourable friend for a statement to be brought to the House on how we can effectively manage this concerning situation? And can I also ask the Leader of the House, Mr. Speaker, to consider whether 40 minutes for DEFRA questions is really sufficient, given that a fifth of the country live in rural areas and there is very little time allocated for those of us who represent them to be able to question ministers under the current allocation.
Can I thank her for raising this issue, which was raised earlier in the session, and I'm sorry to hear of the impact on the Oswestry livestock market that she describes. As I said earlier, DEFRA ministers are working closely with devolved ministers to try and deal with this issue, and I think obviously people do want to hear an update through a statement from ministers, so I will look into that. She raises the length of DEFRA questions, which is something that does get raised with me and others regularly. What I would say to colleagues is we do look at how many people apply for questions, especially on those Thursday morning slots. So if colleagues want that to be longer, then they need to get more people to apply for questions in the lottery.
Mountain rescue teams are responding to an increased number of incidents, including fatalities. Emergency responders think that a massive increase in people coming to the mountains without sufficient preparation is because they're seeing beauty spots promoted on Instagram and TikTok. The ability for local agencies to do anything about this is limited because people are coming from outside the area. So I'd be really grateful if the Leader could advise me whether she thinks that this issue should be brought to the attention of the DSIP Minister, and if so, could she assist me in raising it with him?
This issue's been raised with me before, and I think it is a concerning one. We want to see people enjoying the countryside and enjoying the great countryside that is in her constituency and beyond. And it's great that people on social media are advertising that, but if they're not also telling people the steps to take to keep themselves safe on our mountains, then that is a challenge. So I'll certainly raise it with ministers for her.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government's English devolution plans are intended to simplify local accountability. These reforms could be critical to improving democratic accountability for our integrated care boards and unlocking delivery of much-needed healthcare facilities such as a GP surgery in Wixham's. So would the Leader of the House make time for ministers to update the House on why ICBs covering Hertfordshire, Bedfordshire, Milton Keynes, Cambridgeshire and Peterborough are being merged despite there being no plans at all for a mayor to cover the area and hold it to account.
Well, he raises a good point, and we have been looking at the efficiency and effectiveness of ICBs, and that's why some of the steps have been taken. But he's absolutely right that we are also very strongly in favour of devolution and making sure that organisations like ICBs are accountable to their local community. So I will look into the specifics of his area and get back to him.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For many people in Wirral West, their church is a hub where they can practice their faith and put their values into action. That was evident to me in a recent meeting with representatives of St Luke's Church in Hoylake, West Kirby Methodist Church, Wirral Methodist Churches, West Kirby United Reformed Church and St Catherine and Martina Roman Catholic Church. Could the Leader of the House set out when we might have a debate to celebrate the work of churches across our communities?
Well, can I thank him for highlighting the valuable work that churches do as centre of our communities, and particularly of his in Wirral West. I do know that there is a challenge sometimes in applying for debates when it comes to matters of the Church and the Church of England. It's something that's been raised with me and that we're looking at.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was reported yesterday that 2/3 of South Gloucestershire schools will be in the red next year, which will have massive impacts on our children's learning. As I've raised with ministers, the current school funding formula sees South Gloucestershire schools the second lowest funded in the country. So will the Leader of the House ask the Secretary of State to bring a statement to this House on how she will fix this funding unfairness?
Well, we are boosting education funding significantly, schools funding, whether that's special educational needs or supporting our teachers to do their work as well. But in terms of how that money is distributed, I will ensure that she and the rest of the House is kept up to date.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently met with the British Transport Police, whose Scotland's headquarters are in my constituency, to discuss their text service for confidential reporting of non-emergency incidents on the rail network. Earlier this year, I attended a TSSA union event launching their Keep Transport Workers Safe report, which highlights the abuse and harassment faced by staff across our transport systems. Given the vital role transport workers play in keeping passengers and infrastructure safe, would the Leader of the House give a debate in government time to recognise their contribution and consider how to better protect them?
Well, can I thank him for doing just that and putting on record his thanks and my thanks for all the work that our transport police do day in, day out. And he's absolutely right. It's completely unacceptable when they face abuse and they're unable to do their jobs properly. And I think this would actually make a very good topic for a debate.
Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The town of Camelford in my North Cornwall constituency has been left in limbo for decades now over the future of the proposed Camelford bypass plans. I've raised this with the Roads Minister in a meeting in March, and a subsequent follow-up letter was sent in April, but still I'm yet to receive a response. Will the Leader of the House please urge Transport Ministers to finally give Camelford's residents an answer on if the bypass will ever get built?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that he's not had response to correspondence and to questions. I shall certainly take that up with ministers and make sure that he gets that. He'll forgive me that I don't have the details of the Camelford bypass in my folder today, but I will ensure he gets a reply.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had the pleasure of hosting York Food Bank, one of many food banks in my constituency. They told me that last year they handed out food parcels, emergency food parcels, to 8,700 people in my constituency. However, that number has doubled since COVID and numbers continue to rise, and yet the food supply does not. In the light that the Universal Credit and Personal Independence Payment Bill is assessing about 400,000 adults will be pushed into further poverty, will she ensure that food banks have the support they need in order to support our communities?
Leader.
Well, I think we're all concerned at the rise of food poverty in recent years. It is a blight on our country and our communities and something that we want to put right. This government is committed to eradicating child poverty, and that's why we've got this task force to do that, and we are looking at a range of measures, and of course that we introduced the extension of free school meals just a couple of weeks ago to all those in receipt of universal credit, which I think will transform the food poverty issues for young people across our country that she describes.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month I met with over 20 business owners in the hospitality trade in my city centre of Leicester, and they tell me due to the rise in the national insurance and hikes in business costs, they are on their knees. This is further compounded by the fact of antisocial behaviour, rising crime and lack of parking. So will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the future of our city centres?
Well, as the MP for a rival city centre in Manchester, I'm very well aware of the kinds of concerns that he raises. We do support our hospitality sector, and we are taking a number of steps to support growth in our economy and in support employment as well. What I would just say to the honourable gentleman is we had to take tough decisions in the budget in order to ensure that our NHS and our other public services have got the resources that they need to ensure we've got a healthy workforce that can go and work in that sector as well, and that has meant the insurance rise for businesses.
Amanda Martin.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've raised concerns before about the rise of HMOs in Portsmouth, and this week the Council confirmed it would take 12 years to house all families currently on the 4-bedroom home waiting list without adding a single new family, because we're not building enough homes. Meanwhile, family homes are being converted to HMOs to fill the gap. Homes in Balfour Road, Chichester Road, Cardiff Road and 3 on Laburnum. Yet residents can't even get an updated information because the public HMO list hasn't been updated for 15 months due to technical difficulties. Can the Leader of the House advise me how I can get the Council to publish this list, and will she make time for a debate on the national rise of HMOs?
Well, I know the issue of HMOs causes a lot of concern for communities and for members across this House. She's absolutely right. Local authorities must establish and maintain a register of licensed HMOs in their area. We are strengthening the rights of those in the Renters' Rights Bill to ensure that HMOs are held to account by their communities and local authorities.
Increase the tempo to ensure there are fewer disappointed colleagues. Jim Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, I wish to raise the urgent situation facing the Christians in Nigeria, where militants recently carried out a coordinated attack, killing some 200 people and burning accommodation over a period of 3 hours. They followed a surge of violence in a predominantly Catholic area, with over 100 killed and 5,000 displaced. So will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Office to update the House on the Foreign Office's assessment of this violence and ensure the actions the Foreign Secretary has taken with Nigerian authorities, international partners to protect vulnerable communities, provide humanitarian aid and hold perpetrators accountable? Thank you so much.
Well, as ever, the honourable gentleman raises a very serious issue, and the UK Government continues to monitor events in Nigeria closely, and we're working with Nigeria's security forces to tackle violence against civilian communities, especially where they are religiously based.
Claire McDougall.
Thank you, the town of Barhead in my constituency is full of extraordinary young people, which is why my Scottish Parliament colleague Paul O'Kane and I have reinstated the Young Citizen of the Year award. However, after years of Tory and SNP neglect, it's also blighted by youth-led antisocial behaviour. Will the Leader make time to debate this so that we can put pressure on the SNP government in Edinburgh to give the hard-pressed police in Barhead the resources they need to tackle this problem, so that those young people aren't left behind and so that Barhead isn't left paying the price?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about the antisocial behaviour in his constituency. He's absolutely right to say that as a result of decisions that this government has taken, the Scottish Government has got one of the most generous budget settlements it's ever had. It now has the power to tackle these issues, and it really has got no excuse not to do so.
David Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Leader of the House will know, I've consistently raised in this place what support our ceramics industry needs. This week, however, Madam Deputy Speaker, I come bearing good news from Stoke-on-Trent. Our iconic Moorcroft pottery, adored the world over, has been saved from liquidation following its acquisition by Will Moorcroft, the founder's grandson. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Will, and will she also agree with me that support for the sector must feature in the upcoming industrial strategy?
Well, he is a real advocate and champion for ceramics in his constituency and beyond, and I'm delighted to hear that after it's been raised with me a number of times that Moorcroft pottery has been saved by Will Moorcroft, and can I thank him for doing that. And he won't have to wait very long at all, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the industrial strategy.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Sam is a trans man who has been out for 8 years now. He recently told me about his long-term avoidance of public bathrooms, and due to his lowly place on a GRC waiting list, Sam couldn't marry his fiancée before her father passed away last year. We committed to removing indignities for trans people through modernising the law in the Labour manifesto last year. May I ask the leader when the government intends to legislate to this effect?
Well, I'm sorry to hear of this story. Everyone deserves dignity and respect in our society. We are committed in our manifesto to reforming the Gender Recognition Act. Our immediate priority for trans community are a trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices and strengthening protections from hate crime, something we discussed in this House yesterday.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's Open Care Home Week, and in the last few days I've had the pleasure of visiting Muscliffe Nursing Home and Highview Care Home in Southbourne. Would the Leader of the House join me in commending our carers across Bournemouth East, but also Britain, and the vibrant communities that they help to shape? And would she consider setting government time aside for debate on social care?
Well, I'd like to join him in thanking all the work that our carers do, and this government has taken a number of steps to support our carers by the biggest generational increase in carers allowance and many other issues. I'm sure we will be debating social care many times in this House in coming months.
Rana Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, Johnson Borough Football Club in my constituency of Paisley and Renfrewshire South brought home the Scottish Junior Cup, their first such win since 1968. So will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating Johnson Borough Football Club, their manager Murdo McKinnon, the players and everyone in our community who supports them on their historic victory?
Absolutely join her in congratulating Johnston Borough Football Club on their historic win, their first win in 57 years, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We're into just.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, I was at the first ever National Care Leavers Championship Cup competition held at Molyneux, home of Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club in my constituency of Wolverhampton West, when young care-experienced people from all over the country came to play football. Will the Leader of the House please join me in congratulating these young people, as well as the EFL in the community, City of Wolverhampton Council, the Wolves Foundation and Spectra, a multidisciplinary social impact company in my constituency, all of whom sponsored the event? And does the Leader of the House agree with me that recognising and celebrating the potential of our young people in this way, many of whom got up at 4 o'clock in the morning to come to the event, can empower them to thrive for themselves and for our community?
Absolutely join him in congratulating all those that were involved in this important event, the EFL in the community, the local authority, Wolves Foundation and Spectra. We're really proud as a government that we've brought forward the football regulation bill, which completed its passage in committee just this week, which will ensure that football is on a sustainable footing and therefore can do more activities like this.
Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The evidence of the detrimental impact of smartphones on children's mental health and well-being is overwhelming. So will the Leader of the House join me in praising the more than 30 Basingstoke primary schools, including Charles Applegate at St Mark's, for the Smartphone-Free Basingstoke initiative? They are taking action to ban smartphones from coming into schools and helping parents understand the impact of smartphones on their children. And will she allow for a debate in government time on smartphone-free childhood?
Well, as the mother of a number of teenagers, absolutely recognise the importance of schools being smartphone free, and I know that many schools are taking steps to do that, and they do have the powers to do it. So I'm really pleased to hear that schools in Basingstoke have prohibited the use and are educating parents on the dangers of smartphones.
Maya.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can we secure some time to discuss the emerging risks to the bioethanol sector which face job losses across the north? I know my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, has been lobbying hard for government support on this issue.
Yeah, can I thank him for raising the issues of the bioethanol industry. We are working closely with the industry to find a way forward, and I'll ensure the House is updated.
Lillian Jones. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituent Lynn recently wrote to me about a new car purchase and paying £190 for a full year's road tax. Now, however, she discovered that the tax expiry date was set to the 1st of the month, not the 29th, the day that she actually bought and taxed the vehicle. Now, when she queried this with DVLA, she was advised that tax is only applied by calendar month, meaning she effectively paid for a full month of tax for just 3 days. Now, as Lynn said to me, 12 months tax should be 12 valid months. This outdated system is clearly unfair. Will the Leader of the House agree to a debate in Government time on the need for a fairer vehicle excise duty system?
Well, look, I know the issue of road tax raises lots of issues with our constituents, and I wasn't aware of the issue that she raises, but I will ensure she gets a ministerial response.
Kirkham.
There's a thriving town in my constituency, but it's struggling with a neighbourhood policing team at only 44% of the minimum recommended capacity deployable. Tregony, in my constituency, has just had its police office shut, the only one in a large rural area. This government has invested heavily in our neighbourhood policing guarantee, and I'm concerned this funding is not flowing through our PCC to the places that need it. Could the Leader grant a debate in government time on the progress of the improvement of neighbourhood policing?
Well, I'm sorry to hear of the crime and antisocial behaviour in Falmouth and across her constituency. She's absolutely right. We are committed to our neighbourhood policing guarantee, which will put 13,000 more police officers into our neighbourhood policing areas. I'm sorry to hear that that's not being directed in the way that she would want to see, and I will ensure that the Minister get back to her about it.
Helen Moon.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, yesterday was National Thank a Teacher Day, an opportunity to thank teachers across the country, including in my own Camborne, Redruth and Hale constituency. Will the Leader join me in thanking teachers for all the work that they do across the country to give young people the best possible start in life?
Will absolutely join him in thanking all the teachers for the amazing work that they do. I hope I'm still saying the same after my daughter's Year 10 Parents' Evening later this evening.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I marked Loneliness Week by holding a reception for community groups looking at different ways to tackle loneliness. We heard from multiple groups ranging from Auckland's Health Centre to the Wisecap team. Tackling loneliness in the UK is vital for improving mental health of many and fostering stronger communities. Will the Leader of the House set out what this government is doing to address this issue of loneliness in society?
Well, as we marked 9 years since the murder of Joe Cox, can I thank him for raising the issue of loneliness, which was an issue dear to her heart, and all the work that she did in raising awareness of this issue. And he's absolutely right to draw the link between loneliness and health and well-being, and that's why this government will continue to support those who want to tackle loneliness.
Louise Jones.
Speaker. Constituents in my constituency of North East Derbyshire, and in particular from Cutthorpe, Old Brampton and Ashover, have raised their concerns about the behaviour of drivers passing horse riders on our roads. The guidance is to pass at least 2 metres wide and at speeds of no more than 10 miles an hour. Can I ask the Leader what more we can do to spread this message and ensure that our roads are safe for all users?
Well, the government continues to work with the British Horse Society to help deal with these issues. She will be aware the Highway Code was updated a few years ago to include the hierarchy of road users, but we will continue to work with the British Horse Society and others to tackle these issues.
Serena Rackeridge.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I attended the New Park Village end-of-season football awards, a fantastic celebration of local talent, hundreds of girls, boys and young people. Will the Leader of the House firstly join me to give thanks to Joe Jackson, who for over 28 years has led community football, truly transforming lives, and everyone who supports NPV, the family? And will she make time for a debate on how the recent spending review will support community grassroots sports initiatives like this?
We'll join her in congratulating Joe Jackson and all those involved in MPV football. We are committed to grassroots football and grassroots sport, and I'm sure the House will be updated soon on some of those issues.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The very best thing about this job is the people we meet. And last Saturday I met Lisa Fleming and her team at the opening of the House of Hope. in Edinburgh South West, and it is absolutely amazing. It's Scotland's first breast cancer wellbeing and support centre, and it's a sanctuary for people facing a diagnosis, but also for their families, which I think is really important. It's a place of community, healing, and also, most importantly, hope. So will she join me in congratulating Lisa and the team in delivering the scale of their ambition, wish them well for the future, and also thank people right across the UK who are supporting people facing a diagnosis?
Well, absolutely join him in thanking Lisa Fleming and all those involved in the House of Hope and supporting those with breast cancer at some of the most difficult times in their life, providing them support and hope and all that they need.
Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The programme launched for this year's Bloody Scotland, the country's leading crime writing festival, took place at the Golden Lion Hotel in Stirling. It's the 13th annual festival, and this year includes events programmed by Scotland's King of Crime Writing, Sir Ian Rankin, and takes place on the weekend of the 12th to 14th of September. Will the leader make time for a debate on the success of the UK's incredibly talented crime writers, many of whom will be in Stirling in September, and will she join me at one of the many excellent events? Tickets on sale now.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's really no mystery why the UK is so leading in the crime writing genre with leaders like Sir Ian Rankin, who do really build on the legacy of many others like Arthur Conan Doyle and Agatha Christie, and I'll certainly join him in celebrating all our crime writers.
Christine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 300 residents in West Lothian, which covers a large part of my Bathgate and Linlithgow constituency, and many around the country will be affected by the shortage of galantamine capsules used to treat Alzheimer's. As a result, local pharmacies scramble for provision, and some patients rely on twice daily short shelf life medication, which is more difficult to administer. Given the unique vulnerability of those with Alzheimer's, will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on the security of our medicine supply chains?
Well, can I thank you for raising this issue? We are working hard with industry and health leaders to help resolve supply issues with these capsules, and I will ensure she gets a full update.
Tracy Gilbert.
People from the Citadel Youth Centre in Edinburgh North and Leith in my constituency have been shortlisted for an Info Film Award for their animation Can We Talk About Mental Health. The group will be here in London next week for their awards ceremony, and I'm pleased to welcome them here to Parliament. Will the Leader of the House join with me in wishing the group good luck, and will she look to schedule a ministerial statement on supporting young people from across the UK to get involved in the creative industries?
I'll join her in wishing them good luck with the award ceremonies and coming here to Parliament next week. We want to see many more young people enjoy the creative industries. That's why we've got the curriculum review happening at the moment, because it's vital that our young people get involved.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across my constituency of Worsley and Eccles, grassroots sports clubs do an incredible job promoting physical and mental well-being. Eccles RFC do a wonderful work to deliver parity for their girls' teams, ensuring rugby is open and inclusive sport, and Booztown FC have done a fantastic job enabling boys and girls to benefit from football. Will the Leader of the House join me in commending Eccles RFC and Booztown FC in their efforts to promote women's and girls' sport, and will she consider a debate in government time on the centrality of physical activity both in school and out to young people's well-being?
Well, I will join him in congratulating those at Eccles RFC and Booztown FC on all the great work that they're doing. Grassroots sports gets raised with us very often in these sessions. I'm sure it would make a very popular topic for a debate, and we are committed to the This Girl Can campaign, and I'm sure the issue of girls' grassroots sport would also get very popular debate.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank a teacher called Chris. No, not that one. Will the Leader join me in congratulating Chris Leading of New Hall Primary School, Harlow, for achieving a Pearson's Teacher of the Year Silver Award for his continued dedication and passion in supporting children in Harlow, both as a classroom teacher and also encouraging them to write to their local MP?
Well, I'll absolutely join him in congratulating Chris from Harlow. Not this Chris from Harlow, but the teacher Chris, and as we've heard, teachers do amazing work for all of our young people, and we send our gratitude to them daily.
Laura Smith.
Speaker, on Monday evening, 2 reckless individuals had their vehicles seized at Aylesbury Town Centre due to antisocial driving. I'm really grateful to Thames Valley Police who acted quickly against them, and I'm pleased that the government's crime and policing bill will give the police stronger powers in this area, removing the requirement to first issue a warning before a vehicle can be seized. Will the leader join me in thanking the Thames Valley police officers for their dedicated work and join me in welcoming this bill?
Leader.
Well, absolutely, and I've seen firsthand when these powers are used in seizing and crushing vehicles that are used in antisocial behaviour in our communities, what a big difference that can make in reducing crime and antisocial behaviour. So can I thank her in voting for this important bill last night, and we look forward to getting it on the statute book.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As has already been said this morning, the DART charge was announced for an increase by the Roads Minister this week. That's the toll that all road users pay to use the Dartford crossing. Residents in Dartford are extremely disappointed and frustrated by this rise, and I aim to take the matter up with the Minister. However, would the Leader of the House use House time in order to try to have a debate here on the use of tolls for infrastructure and how we can keep the costs down for users of infrastructure like the Dartford crossing?
Yeah.
Well, as I said previously, I'm sorry, I know it's of concern to people, the DART charge and the small increase that we have had to put on this. As he'll be aware, the last time charges were increased was 2014. But he's absolutely right that the issue of toll bridges, toll tunnels and tolls for infrastructure is of great importance to this House, and it comes up many, many times. And I'm sure if he were to apply for a debate, he would secure one.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 of my West Dunbartonshire constituents were recognised in His Majesty the King's birthday honours list at the weekend. Anne McDougall for services to volunteering in the community, and James McLaren of Golden Friendships for services to people with disabilities and older people, both receiving BEMs. Madam Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Leader of the House if she agrees with me that both are very well deserved for their dedication to improving lives in West Dunbartonshire and showcases their remarkable service? And will she join me in congratulating Anne and Jim?
Leader.
Absolutely join him in congratulating Anne McDougall and James McLaren for their honours in the recent honours list, and I'm sure the whole House will agree that our honours system really is an opportunity for us to thank and reward all of those in our communities who do the work that Anne and Jim do and many others across the country.
Cox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In Colchester, we've been celebrating the 20th anniversary of the discovery by local archaeologists of Britain's only known Roman chariot racing track, the Colchester Roman Circus. Dame Mary Beard, no less, recently visited the site with me and declared it to be absolutely amazing. Would the Leader of the House join with me in recognising this anniversary of the discovery of this nationally significant site and commending local residents who want to see more made of it in the light of future developments, and create time for a debate on scheduled ancient monuments?
We'll absolutely join her in recognising this important Roman site in her constituency, which it's found chariot racing was taking place on. How fantastic is that? I know that she and her constituents are proud of their rich heritage, and I'm keen to see what the future holds for them.
Elaine Stewart.
I was thrilled to see the Kew Shed in Parliament this week getting special recognition for their farm to fork, family-run coffee shop and air carrying coming up in my constituency. But poor local infrastructure has been a drain on their success. Road closures on the A77 for years, neglected by the Scottish Government, have cost them dearly. Would the Leader of the House agree to time in the House to debate the importance of well-funded infrastructure to help businesses, particularly in rural areas, thrive?
Leader.
Well, road closures can be a real blight on local businesses, local communities and footfall on the high street, and obviously affecting her constituents as well. I'm sorry to see that the Scottish Government have seemed to have mismanaged this particular roadworks, and I hope they're listening today and get on with the job.
Becky Gettins.
Deputy Speaker. Arts and culture are booming in North Wales, and next month I am delighted to say we will see both the formal reopening of Theatr Clwyd in Mould and also Llangollen International Musical Eisteddfod in my constituency of Clwyd East.
Will the Leader of the House join me in recognising the contribution of both to our economy and also to our arts sector, and will she make time for a debate in this House about how we further grow opportunities for the arts and culture sector?
Well, arts and culture play a huge part in all of our communities and can also play a really important part in economic regeneration like that included East in her constituency. So absolutely join her in celebrating the reopening of these facilities, and I look forward to visiting soon.
John Pierce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While many of us are enjoying the hot, dry weather, it does increase the risk of wildfires. In the past month alone, firefighters have been called to 20 wildfires in the Peak District. All too often, these fires are started by the irresponsible use of disposable barbecues. Locally, we're doing everything we can to prevent this. I've written to all local supermarkets asking them not to sell disposable barbecues. Will the Leader of the House hold a debate in government time on how we reduce the risk of wildfires in our national parks?
Leader. Well, he's absolutely right that the irresponsible use of disposable barbecues can have devastating consequences like those that he describes, and he's absolutely right to highlight them here today. Local authorities do have existing powers to apply local controls to restrict or ban their use in certain areas, but I will ensure that he gets an update on how we can take this further.
Danny Beales.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Rural Activities Centre in my constituency is a vital resource for adults with learning difficulties, providing jobs, training, support and ability to make lifelong friends. Service users and their families I met last week were horrified that despite this, the council is proposing to close the service next Thursday. Will the Leader of the House join with me in sending a message of support to the families affected and also making time for debate in this House about the vital role that these services play for adults with learning difficulties?
Leader. Well, he's a great champion for his area, and I'm incredibly sorry to hear that his Conservative local authority have decided to close this valuable local garden centre that does so much for his community. We have given local authorities one of the biggest boosts in their local funding they've had for some time, so they really have no excuse.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Across the UK, volunteers give their time, energy and care to support our communities, and we couldn't do without them. One such champion is my constituent Doug Smith, who's founded Volunteers Count, a campaign asking organisations to record volunteer hours so we can finally put a number and a value on the enormous contribution of volunteers. So would the Leader of the House join me in supporting the Volunteers Count campaign, and could she make time for a debate on the value of volunteering to our country?
Well, what a great initiative by Doug Smith to set up Volunteers Count. It's a really good way, an important way of collecting the data and this information that I'm sure we can all recognise. And it gets raised with me every week, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure a debate, probably on the floor of the House, celebrating our volunteers would be very well attended.
Richard Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I declare an interest as a member of Unite and ask my right honourable friend if she'll find an opportunity for the House to recognise the vital work of our elected trade union representatives across the country. In particular, following his funeral last week in Glenrothes, will she join me in paying tribute to John Gillespie, Chair of Unite Scotland, a tireless and hugely respected campaigner for social justice, who will be deeply missed not only in Fife, but throughout our labour and trade union movement?
Leader. Well, I pay tribute to John Gillespie, the former chairman of Unite Scotland. He sounds like someone who did a great deal to fight for people's rights, for social justice, and a great trusted leader for his union and the wider workforce as well.
Andy McNeill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In Rosendale and Darwin, we have real concerns about rural crime and the impact this has on our farms and village communities. We have excellent and hard-working rural crime teams, but they cover vast areas with limited resources. There's one team with a single vehicle with 6 officers covering 3 local authority areas. Would the Leader agree to a debate on rural crime strategy and resources required to deliver it?
Leader.
Yeah, can I thank him for raising this issue. Our rural and wildlife crime strategy will be published in due course, and I will make sure that he and other colleagues have a chance to discuss that with ministers.
Harry Jeremy.
Madam Deputy Speaker. The Health Secretary has quite rightly described Norfolk as the Sahara of dentistry deserts, so I very much welcome the 700,000 extra dentistry appointments since Labour took office, as well as the money for supervised toothbrushing. But East Anglia is the only region of England without a dental school, and consequently it struggles to recruit and retain dentists. Therefore, would the leader support a general debate on dental care that can discuss funding for dentistry schools and what more can be done to improve access to dentistry across the UK?
Well, we still have far too many dental deserts in this country, and I'm sorry to hear of the situation in East Anglia. He's right to reiterate this government's committed to creating more dental appointments, but it is also vital that we have dentistry schools to make sure that we can train and retain the dentists of the future.
Julia Buckley. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thanks to government investment in Royal Shrewsbury Hospital, we are doubling the size of our A&E and adding 120 extra beds to our wards. While the construction site has taken up space in the car park, my local trust has arranged a free park and ride bus for NHS staff. Does the leader agree with me that my trust's best practice example could lead the way for other hospitals to encourage modal shift with free bus passes for NHS staff and leave parking spaces for patients?
Leader. Well, I'm really pleased to hear that Royal Shrewsbury Hospital is doubling in size and of the initiative that she describes to provide park and ride schemes. I know the issue of hospital parking, particularly for staff, is a very vexed issue and one that I'm sure we will continue to debate.
Final question, Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you. 96% of UK prisoners are men, most wars are started by men, and most war criminals are men. Does the leader agree, as we work for a better future here and abroad, where conflict and unilateral action are sadly gaining the upper hand, that we must do more to bring the perspectives of women to the fore, as we did earlier this week? Does she further agree that while the majority of men are not the problem, some key problems are largely caused by men? So it's vital that we better educate boys and young people and detoxify masculinity so that over time we might reduce violence at home and abroad, and can time be found for a debate on this topic?
Leader.
Well, can I thank him for that very important final question? I'm certainly very strongly in favour of women being far more involved in decision making, and I think that when they are, those decisions are often better ones.
Order, order. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Sentencing Guidelines Pre-Sentence Reports Act 2025, Data Use and Access Act 2025. I'll give the front bench a moment to shuffle over as we come to our first statement. We come to our first statement on UK infrastructure strategy, and I call the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, Darren Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this government came to power, we were elected on a promise to deliver a decade of national renewal. And from day one, we have worked to fulfil that promise. Less than a year into the job, we have already started to see the results. The fastest growing economy in the G7 in the first quarter of the year. Interest rates cut 4 times, and real wages rising more in the first 10 months of our government than they did in the first 10 years under the Conservatives. But we are under no illusions, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the challenges ahead, and that we will be going further and faster. To turn the page on 14 years of chaos and mismanagement from the party opposite, and to deliver the decade of national renewal that we promised. That is the backdrop against which I present this strategy to the House today. And I want to put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my thanks to everyone whose input has helped to shape this document, including the review I led in opposition, which resulted in this strategy and the creation of the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority, on which I will say more shortly. Madam Deputy Speaker, infrastructure is key to unlocking growth across the country. Our roads, railways, airports and digital infrastructure connect people to businesses, public services and one another. Our energy, water and housing infrastructure create and support communities. And our schools, hospitals, prisons and social infrastructure provide high-quality public services and help to keep us safe. But infrastructure means improved productivity and efficiency in our economy too. Increased resilience to shocks, stronger public services, more jobs, and ultimately higher wages for working people. From the development of the railways to the 2012 Olympic Games, we have a proud history in Britain of innovating, developing, and building this high-quality infrastructure. But the reality is that we have now fallen behind many of our international competitors. Too many investors now question our intentions and our capabilities. When we say we will build something, they will often ask if we will and if we can. That is because for too long, the party opposite cut capital investment. They promised major projects one minute and then abandoned them the next. And they left the public estate to crumble for 14 long years, from the roads we drive on to the schools we send our children to. Wasted money, time and effort, declining productivity and wages, stagnant growth, and an increasing belief that politics can't change things for the better. But Madam Deputy Speaker, with this new Labour government, we will prove once again that change is possible. The spending review last week set out how our government is investing in the renewal of Britain, allocating an additional £120 billion of capital investment over the course of this Parliament, with new road and rail projects to connect our towns and city regions, including £3.5 billion more for the Trans-Pennine Route upgrade to reduce journey times between Manchester and Leeds, benefiting communities along the train line. We're also investing in the next phase of the Midlands Rail Hub to strengthen connections between Birmingham and the wider Midlands to the South West and Wales. And in Wales, we are investing £445 million into new rail projects in North and South Wales over 10 years to connect cities, towns and manufacturing hubs. Two Labour governments working together for the people of Wales. And Madam Deputy Speaker, we will set out further details on our plans for Northern Powerhouse Rail in the coming weeks. But of course it isn't just transport. We are delivering the biggest rollout of nuclear power for half a century, with a £30 billion commitment to our nuclear-powered future. We're providing £39 billion for the Affordable Homes programme over the next decade, the biggest cash injection into social and affordable housing in 50 years. And we are backing British industry with their pioneering work in carbon capture, usage and storage, including with support for the Acorn project, with benefits felt right across Scotland. The task before us now is to ensure that this investment is spent effectively and efficiently, a real change in approach from the party opposite's time in government, and to plan not only for the next 5 years, but for the long term. This is the driving force behind the 10-year infrastructure strategy today. Crucially, it is our hope that this long-term approach will give investors and businesses the confidence to invest in skills and their workforce, to hire more apprentices, to create more jobs and to improve wages in every part of the country. The strategy is by its nature thorough and detailed, but I would like to draw the House's attention to 5 key elements today. First, we will provide certainty and stability through increased capital investment. We are committing to fund at least £725 billion for infrastructure over the next decade, ensuring that infrastructure spending continues to grow in line with inflation after the current spending review period. At the spending review, we committed detailed capital spending plans for each department until 2029-2030. And to provide further certainty and confidence in our plans, we are also confirming funding for the schools rebuilding programme funding to 2035 and the prison expansion programme to 2031. But this long-term certainty needs to be translated into real jobs in every part of the country. So ahead of the summer recess, we will also publish a new online infrastructure pipeline. It will provide up-to-date information about what we will build, when we will build it, and where we will build it, giving industry and investors the confidence they need to invest in highly skilled jobs in every part of the country. Second, for the first time, we are bringing together economic infrastructure like transport, energy and waste, together with housing and social infrastructure, including schools, hospitals and prisons, into one overarching government strategy. In doing so, we will expect stakeholders to think more strategically about the communities they are creating and not just the specific piece of infrastructure they are building. For example, as part of our review of the Green Book, we have decided to pilot place-based business cases, which will ensure that there is proper coordination between departments when bidding for funding from the Treasury. I know this will be of huge relief for communities across the country who for too often have relied on poor planning on infrastructure and community benefit. This is the difference, Madam Deputy Speaker, it makes to have Labour MPs who show up and listen and a Labour government that gets it. Third, we're taking steps to address the soaring maintenance backlog in our public estate, now estimated at over £49 billion. So, I am today announcing a new maintenance fund to provide at least £9 billion per year over the next decade to improve our public services and save money for the taxpayer. This includes at least £6 billion per year to maintain and repair our hospitals so our loved ones can get the best possible treatment when they need it. £600 million per year for our courts and prisons so that justice can be served. And almost £3 billion for our schools and colleges per year by 2035 so that every young person gets the best start in life. Fourth, we will leverage the private capital needed to deliver this strategy. That means matching capital to individual projects and using government debt and equity to invest alongside the private sector. We will also work with industry to explore the targeted use of new public-private partnerships where they can be shown to deliver value for money for the taxpayer. Any new model will learn lessons from the past to secure value for money into the future. Lastly, we have established the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority, or NISTA. Based in the Treasury, NISTA brings oversight of infrastructure strategy and delivery together and integrates assurance, design and delivery assessments into Treasury spending decisions. It will ensure that this strategy is implemented effectively across the whole country, including through formal reviews of progress every 2 years, aligned with the spending review cycle. And it will work across government to provide expertise and support to delivery partners. Madam Deputy Speaker, this 10-year infrastructure strategy is by design a technical policy document, and we will continue to work with businesses, investors, workers and trade unions and local leaders to drive up ambition and improve delivery. But this strategy is much more than that. Alongside our modern industrial strategy, it will provide confidence and certainty in Britain as an investment destination, and it establishes the framework needed to deliver the step change in infrastructure investment announced by the Chancellor in the spending review last week. Done properly, it will result in tangible improvements to the fabric of our country. Our local roads and high streets renewed, so communities are even better places to live. Our public transport more available and more reliable, making it easier for people to get around and access opportunities. Our schools and hospitals and GP surgeries fit for the future to deliver for generations to come, and a country that will be stronger and more resilient. Communities, Madam Deputy Speaker, will see the difference as this Labour government delivers on the promise of change and a decade of national renewal, and on that basis, I commend the statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Richard Fuller.
Many thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement and providing early sight of it. Our ability to invest in public infrastructure is a positive for individuals, for communities and for the country as a whole, and it is right that the new government sets out its strategy. The last government had to deal with a series of economic disruptions, including the impact of COVID, the unwinding of quantitative easing across all advanced economies, and the consequence of the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. The global impact of these were to disrupt supply chains, increase inflation and raise interest rates. Notwithstanding these shocks, under the last government, public sector expenditure on capital increased in real terms from £81.7 billion in 2019-20 to £117.8 billion in 24-25, a 44% increase. Today, the Chief Secretary has confirmed expenditure of £725 billion, but provided very little detail. There is no project pipeline today, but will he commit to coming back to this House when it is published? In 2024, the last infrastructure pipeline analysis included an investment pipeline of 660 projects over a 10-year period commencing from 24-25. The Chief Secretary's last statement to the House was in very large part a restatement of the investments in local transport in projects that had already been announced by the previous Conservative government. So can the Chief Secretary confirm how many of the 660 projects in the previous pipeline will be retained in this pipeline? Can he advise which major projects are being abandoned and some insight into his reasoning for doing so? Madam Deputy Speaker, translating a pipeline into reality requires a labour force of sufficient size and with a range of skills, for example in construction, project management and engineering. And again in the 24 analysis by the Construction Industry Training Board indicated that that project pipeline would create labour pressures in many of these skills areas. Since coming to office, this Labour government has increased national insurance and is proposing new regulations on employment, both of which will disproportionately affect the construction sector. Does the Chief Secretary have any concerns about the impact of these changes on the availability of labour? And can he advise what assessment he has made of skills pinch points and what steps the government is taking to alleviate them? Fulfilling these plans will require investment by both taxpayers and private capital. Can the Chief Secretary advise the House if there's been any significant change in the mix of private and public investment within discrete sectors or overall compared to the last pipeline analysis in 2024? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government created the National Wealth Fund. It said it was the centre of the government's principal investor, a critical part of the government's growth strategy and infrastructure. He gave it £7 billion, but has made no mention of it today. Why is there no mention of the National Wealth Fund? We are moving through an era with a rapidly accelerating pace of change, where the period from innovation to obsolescence of technology can be vanishingly short. The risk that public investment in new technology solutions will become redundant is increasing. Whilst being forward-looking, the government should also be careful to nurture existing technologies and new but proven technologies. So can the Chief Secretary advise what is the priorities of the government for technology choices in the energy sector? And what actions will he take to protect taxpayers from technology redundancy risk? Madam Deputy Speaker, the Pension Schemes Bill introduced by this government includes a reserve power for the government to mandate the investments of pension schemes. Can the Chief Secretary advise whether he has had any discussions or had the Treasury do any analysis about the use of mandation powers to provide financing to capital investments he is announcing today? Also, can the Chief Secretary advise if the projects today have been assessed on the revised Green Book rules? If not, will they at some point be reassessed on the revised basis? And what assurance can he provide that these projects will be value for money to taxpayers? As this government has stated, and which we acknowledge, when pressures on public expenditure increase, it can frequently be capital expenditure which suffers. I would like to ask the Chief Secretary if he can advise what actions he is willing to take, if finances are tight, to protect the budgets for the projects he has announced today. Madam Deputy Speaker, investment in infrastructure benefits from a stable economic background, a clear set of priorities, efficient delivery, optimum returns for taxpayers and investors. Madam Deputy Speaker, I miss the Chief Secretary and his old guys as chairman of the Business Select Committee. Then there was less of the rhetoric, less of the partisanship. These big decisions need open communication and critical analysis if we are to improve value for money and get projects delivered on time and on budget. And in those endeavours, the Chief Secretary will always have our support.
Mr Fuller knows there were 3 of us on that committee back in those good old days. So, Chief Secretary.
Well, I remember them very fondly, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for your support and the support of the Shadow Chief Secretary in his statements today. He asked me a number of questions, which I'll just take in turn, if I may. The first question was around detailed spending allocations between departments. We're making a commitment today around a minimum level of investment in infrastructure, the £725 billion over 10 years, which is rising in line with inflation. The detailed spending plans per department get allocated at the spending review. So we've returned to these longer-term multi-year spending reviews, which are obviously different to the annual allocations done under the previous government, with capital now allocated at a departmental level until 29-30, and we will do the subsequent 5-year detailed allocations in 2027 at the next spending review. In terms of the pipeline will be published in a couple of weeks, in mid-July. The reason for a small delay between the strategy and the pipeline is because we wanted to integrate the data from the spending review last week, and it just takes a little time to be able to do that. We've worked in partnership with industry and skills providers and others to develop this pipeline. And as I say, it will show on a map of the country which projects we're procuring, when and where, to give investors and businesses that long-term confidence about the jobs that are going to be available so that they can invest in their own workforce. The Shadow Chief Secretary is right to highlight that skills is a constraining factor in the UK economy. We now have the strategy, we have the money from the Chancellor. We now need to work through the industrial strategy and the Department for Business and Transport with private sector partners to do all that we can to create those great jobs in every part of the country to be able to build the infrastructure that we're setting out today. He asked me about the role of private capital. In the strategies today, there's a whole chapter in the role of private capital and the different mechanisms that we use with private investors. There's a commitment to use private capital for economic infrastructure, where there is a revenue stream and some of the approved methodology for looking at those options, and that there will be further work being done between now and the budget in the autumn on some very targeted potential applications of private capital for social infrastructure, but crucially only where that provides value for money in comparison to it being funded by the state. He asked me about the Green Book. The Green Book review was published last week at the Spending Review. The Green Book will be applied on a business case basis as projects come through to the Treasury for spending approval. There's nothing in the strategy today that pre-approves a business case, so the new Green Book will be applied to business cases as they come through in the normal way. And then there were a couple of points, Madam Deputy Speaker, where the Shadow Chief Secretary asked me to explain what the difference was between this government and the last Conservative government. And to put it simply, failed promises from the Conservatives, promises delivered by the Labour government.
Select Committee Member John Grady.
I'm obliged, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's announcement, in particular the focus on housing and transport, because Glasgow has a real housing crisis. And in my constituency of Glasgow East, Bridgeton train station, a busy train station, doesn't even have lifts for disabled people. However, all taxpayers are concerned, Madam Deputy Speaker, about value for money, particularly given the huge overspends under the last government on HS2, utter chaos, and in Scotland, the absolute scandal of the Arran Ferry. So will my right honourable friend reassure me and set out the steps that the government is taking to ensure that there is value for money in this infrastructure spending, and will he commit to sharing the learnings with the Scottish Government, which desperately needs help on this front?
Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question? The key point I will point him to is the role of NISTA sitting in the Treasury. So the assessment on delivery, assurance, design, commercial capabilities for delivering projects will be part of the same advice now coming to me as Chief Secretary and to the Chancellor, aligned with spending decisions on budget. That means that if a project is not delivering effectively or it's not ready to yet start, we will not release the money for that project and we will stop funding projects that are failing. That's a key difference to the way decisions were processed previously, and we think will lead to much better discipline in delivering on big projects.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Liberal Democrats welcomed the announcement of investment in public infrastructure and transport projects, which we have long called for. We're glad that today the government is setting out a 10-year infrastructure plan to realise these projects, and Liberal Democrats will be closely scrutinising it to ensure it delivers for communities all across the UK. Boosting our infrastructure is vital, given the appalling mismanagement under the last Conservative government, which left our school and hospital buildings crumbling while neglecting critical infrastructure from transport to renewable energy generation. Today's plan must draw a line in the sand under that disastrous mismanagement of projects like HS2, which promise to connect our country and communities, only to end up another hollow Conservative promise, long delayed and billions over budget. So while we welcome the government's intention to deliver productive investment, we will closely scrutinise its implementation. I've been concerned that ministers have been unable to answer questions regarding delegated funding from the Structure Fund, such as for Hammersmith Bridge in my constituency. Will the minister confirm that specific projects have been selected, and will the minister ensure that infrastructure funding is distributed fairly for the benefit of all regions? I also ask if the minister will set up a crumbling hospitals task force to identify creative funding ideas, speed up construction timelines, and put an end to the vicious cycle and false economies of delayed rebuilds leading to rising repair costs. As we look carefully at the implementation of these plans, the government must ensure that we have a workforce equipped with the necessary skills to meet these commitments. I therefore ask if the minister will agree with me that it is time to replace the broken apprenticeship levy with a broader, more flexible skills and training levy, and will they fulfil their promise to make Skills England an independent body with employers at its heart? Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady's right to point to the fiasco of HS2, which my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary, updated the House on yesterday. The complete, utter negligence in delivering on that project over many, many years has left us with the legacy of having to pay more for longer, having implications on all the other things we would like to do in the country. So we have commissioned the James Stewart Review, which was published yesterday. All of the recommendations have been adopted and lessons already flowing through this infrastructure strategy so that we never end up in that situation ever again. She asked me about the Structures Fund, which was a particular fund that we prioritised because we know in many constituencies across the country, bridges in particular often miss out on particular funding and are in desperate need of it. She'll have to speak with the Department for Transport about the allocations of that funding, but I'll make sure that she gets an answer from my right honourable friend, the Transport Secretary. She also asked me about hospital maintenance. Lastly, look, there's a big commitment in the infrastructure strategy today on maintenance. Now, maintenance isn't sexy. It's not good for election leaflets, but it is really important, which is why we're committing so many billions today to maintenance, because there is an enormous backlog, and NISTA will be coordinating across government, across all social infrastructure, to make sure that we're prioritising that going forward so that people can see quick, real, tangible improvements to their public infrastructure in their local communities.
The Minister missed the Mexican wave that took place behind him, down to Chris Vince, mostly, maybe probably down to the length of the answers, which could obviously get shorter. Select Committee Member Lola McAvoy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Chief Secretary for his excellent work on this strategy, which will turbocharge confidence from the investment community whilst improving the lives, incomes and opportunities of my constituents in Darlington, which is exactly what we were elected to do. It won't surprise him to hear me ask politely to outline more detail on his ambition for the place-based approach and the Green Book reforms and these pilots that you've mentioned, and can we have one in Darlington, the home of many of his Treasury colleagues?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in a shorter answer, given the time available, we'll be setting out further detail shortly about where we'll be piloting these place-based business cases. This is a new process for Whitehall. It requires a level of coordination that doesn't currently exist, but the outcome of getting this right will mean that people will experience coordinated, thoughtful infrastructure spending in the places they live that makes sense to how they live in those areas. And I'm sure she will continue to bid for Darlington as we decide where to pilot those place-based business cases in due course.
Saqib Mati.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Chief Secretary of the Treasury mentioned the Midlands Rail Hub. He'll know that the previous government committed to the £1.75 billion project. And after a pause, I read the spending review in paragraph 5.83. It says the government would fund its progression. In the spirit of short answers, could he specifically tell me how much money exactly has been committed to this?
The difference in the last government is they promised things with no money, and we're promising things with actual money. And for the Midlands Hub, which he's pointed to in the spending review document, is about development funding. One of the things that we're taking a different approach to under this infrastructure strategy is instead of just allocating the total estimated spend at the start of the project and then allowing it to get on without proper oversight, we're issuing development funding earlier and more often so that we can have properly costed business cases with proper assurance so that we can guarantee members of the public that we'll actually deliver our promises, unlike his party opposite.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I welcome this investment strategy. Many of us have seen firsthand the broken infrastructure that we are dealing with. And the Chief Secretary will know my concern that many of those organisations we will be asking to tackle these problems are also dealing with the legacy of the private finance initiative, which saw buildings and projects that cost 3 times more than the actual asset themselves. The pleas that many of us made to the previous government to tackle these legal loan sharks of the public sector fell on deaf ears. I know this Chief Secretary will not make the same mistake. Would he be open to meeting with those of us who are concerned to learn the lessons of the private finance initiative, and in particular the fact that we cap what private companies can make on military contracts and indeed on children's care homes when we're looking at social infrastructure projects, so that we don't see our public sector savaged by these companies in future?
Chief Secretary.
I'm always happy to meet with my honourable friend, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can confirm that in the design and funding of NISTA, I have funded a particular team to work on the management of disputes under the old PFI contract schemes to make sure that we're getting the best outcomes and the best deal for the public sector.
Jerome Mayhew.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't believe I agree with the previous speaker. It's a very shock to the system. But the Chief Secretary has announced the return of the public-private partnership. Now, in the last Labour government, they were a byword for disastrous contractual negotiations and led to the infamous £1,000 light bulb. So, given that Labour was so bad at these contract negotiations last time round, what confidence does the Chief Secretary have that he's going to be any better this time round?
Chief Secretary.
I'm usually confident in my abilities, Madam Deputy Speaker. To be frank, we will be consulting on some of the design details. As I say, we will only be using private capital for social infrastructure in very particular potential use cases. We mentioned in the strategy today in relation to certain types of primary neighbourhood healthcare centres. But we'll be consulting on that detail. We'll be doing that in a transparent way, and we will only be allowing it to be used in a way that is value for money. We will not be returning to the old PFI contracts of the past.
Luke Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the Chief Secretary's statement, and as someone whose parents and grandparents grew up in and lived in council housing and benefited from that opportunity, can I particularly welcome the record investment in social and affordable housing. Under the previous government, the UK was 28th out of 31 OECD countries for business investment, and was regularly at the bottom of the G7 in terms of the combination of public and private investment. So could the Chief Secretary confirm that this strategy today will begin to turn that terrible legacy around?
I thank my honourable friend, and I agree with him on our extremely ambitious plans for council houses, or social and affordable housing as we call them now. He will know I also grew up in a council flat and now representing a constituency in Bristol North West where there are over 20,000 people in the city of Bristol waiting for secure housing. I'm very confident that our £39 billion commitment into building affordable and social housing will make a huge difference to the lives of people across the whole country. He asked about unlocking private capital. The good news is we know there's plenty of private capital that wants to invest in the UK, but they've told us through the British Infrastructure Task Force and through other vehicles they haven't invested for many years because they thought we'd lost the plot in this country. Whereas now we've got a clear strategy, we've got stability both politically and economically, and we'll now be working with those investors to provide those opportunities across the country to bring money to communities that have missed out for too long.
Tim Farrell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Chief Secretary's comments on maintenance. He may be aware there is a huge maintenance project about to begin in the most beautiful stretch of motorway in the country, the M6 Loon Gorge stretch. 8 bridges under and over that motorway which will need replacing in coming years. Will he have a look at the resource being made available to mitigate the impact on the local community? The plan is to close the northbound exit and the southbound exit consecutively for 3 years, and the A685 bridge connecting Kendal to T-Bay. Will he make sure there's resource to ensure that there are temporary slip roads so those communities are not cut off?
I'm sure the honourable gentleman makes a very good case that ministers in the Department for Transport will need to answer, but I'm pleased to know the Liberal Democrats thinks maintenance is sexy after all.
Luke Charters.
Speaker, I've seen through my work on the Public Accounts Committee just how severe the public estate maintenance backlog has become. In fact, the party opposite had their heads so deep in the sand on building maintenance, I'm surprised they didn't apply for planning permission. Can my right honourable friend confirm that York's public buildings will benefit from the £9 billion maintenance fund he's announced?
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. And one of the challenges that I learnt coming into government was that under the last government, they didn't even ask the question what the maintenance backlog was in certain departments. There was not a clear set of data which actually told us which assets the government owns and the quality or state of them. And so we've got some pretty basic work to be getting on with now through NISTA as we allocate this money, which will be going directly to those schools, hospitals and other public sector buildings that have been ignored for many, many years.
John Cooper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the news that the creation of another new authority will be met with an eye-rolling sigh in Scotland, because although it's called the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority, a very shiny title, the reality is it will have little oversight in Scotland. This plan today will generate Barnett formula money which will go to Holyrood and it will disappear there, it will go into ferries that don't float and things like that. In my constituency of Dumfries and Galloway, the A75 road is a piece of critical national infrastructure. It services the ferry ports at Northern Ireland. It's vital for all the countries that make up the United Kingdom. Will we see any money coming for that road specifically through this innovation today, or will once again the money disappear into the coffers in Holyrood?
Chief Secretary.
I would just politely point the honourable member to the fact that there were 2 functions in government. I've closed both of those and created one, so it's actually down one, not a brand new one. And also he asked about the devolved government. The devolved governments have got their devolved responsibilities. We will not be interfering with the devolved settlement, but I think he and I both agree with the fact that Scotland needs a new direction, and I hope the people in Scotland will vote for Anna Sarwar and Labour at the election next May.
Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this UK Labour Government's bold 10-year infrastructure plan and the action and swift action they've taken already to greenlight projects such as the Heathrow third runway. However, sadly for my constituents in Scotland, infrastructure policy and delivery is in the hands of the failing SNP government. A government that can't dual a road, they can't build a ferry, and in West Lothian we are in the grips of a housing emergency and they're not building the homes that we need. So can the Minister agree with me that there's much this SNP Scottish Government can learn from the UK Government in getting the country building again?
I agree very much with my honourable friend, and next week I'll be meeting with finance ministers from the devolved governments in Scotland, Northern Ireland and Wales, and we'll be putting forward the update that we're making today in our infrastructure strategy and inviting to partner with them as best we can to deliver for people and places across the whole of Scotland. But based on the track record of the SNP government, I'm afraid I don't have a huge amount of confidence.
Dave Dugan.
Speaker, the denial in this statement is truly breathtaking. This UK government couldn't come up with a 10-year strategy that would survive first contact with reality on anything. And this comes at a backdrop of challenging cuts off the backs of the poorest, where we're fitting £10 million new doors to the House of Lords and £100 billion for a not very fast railway that won't be finished for some time. Nothing for Scotland in the Chancellor's spending review, nothing in this statement for Scotland, and nothing in the UK's 10-year infrastructure working paper. And on that latter document, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's interesting to note that it doesn't mention in any of its pages Devolution, Wales, Scotland or Northern Ireland once. So does the Chief Secretary to the Treasury think that simply mentioning ACON will make that private capital hang around waiting for them to put a number on it? How much of this will be a rerun of Labour's disastrous PFI project, which Scottish councils are still hemorrhaging money on? And why is he heralding working with the Welsh Government and not the SNP Scottish Government? Is he a Democrat or is he not?
Chief Secretary.
Well, that was a stream of slightly incoherent questions, if I might say so, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would point him to the actual document we published today, which does reference Scotland quite a few times, actually, through the document. He says that this Labour government hasn't delivered anything for Scotland. I'd just point him to the largest real terms increase in spending since devolution began. His SNP colleagues might want to think about how they could spend better for the people in Scotland. In addition to the supercomputer in Edinburgh, in addition to the development funding for ACON and carbon capture, usage and storage, in addition to our defence spending, including at the Clyde, I could go on and on. I think the only person in denial, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the SNP.
Terry Jeremy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I warmly welcome this statement. It's quite clear after years of neglect our infrastructure has been creaking and opportunities have been missed, and that's particularly the case in the East, where the government inherited a per head of population spend £1,000 less than the UK average. So can I ask the Chief Secretary to please look at the Ely Junction project, where for every pound invested there is a £5 return, a project that will not only help my constituency but dozens in the East and help drive economic growth in our part of the world.
Chief Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend for raising the Ely Junction? The great thing about the multi-year spending review in this 10-year strategy is that the Department for Transport and its partners are now able to plan ahead, and so I would encourage him to talk to transport ministers about that particular project. But he's right that we are absolutely in the business for high value for money cases that unlock growth and opportunity in every part of the country.
Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A long-term approach to spending is, of course, a really sensible thing, and as a Northern MP, I particularly welcome the Treasury reviewing the Green Book to make sure that regional inequalities are not further entrenched by future spending. Stepping Hill Hospital in my patch has a reported repairs backlog of £138 million, and so I was really interested to hear in the Chief Secretary's statement about the pilot of place-based business cases. I wonder if he could say a little bit more about how the Treasury is going to be reviewing those pilots and whether he thinks it means Stepping Hill is more likely to get the funding it needs so that my constituents get the hospital they deserve.
Thank you, and I hope the maintenance backlog there will be able to bid into this new longer-term maintenance fund so that we can get work done more quickly than has been done in the past. In terms of place-based pilots, business cases under the Green Book review, we haven't made any decisions yet about where we'll be piloting them or how. We've got to now do that work. As I said in my statement to the House, the intention of them is that you're looking across different types of spending to make sure that you're creating functioning places that has the relevant public service infrastructure, transport infrastructure and house building in one place, and we'll be able to come forward to the House with more detail on that in due course.
Louise Jones.
I know that my constituents in North East Derbyshire will warmly welcome this infrastructure strategy because we have been on the sharp end of government departments failing to coordinate when building infrastructure. Noting the suggestions of place-based pilots, can I make a bid for North East Derbyshire, our unique mix of urban, rural and semi-rural communities, as well as our place in East Midlands and close to South Yorkshire and Sheffield, I think would make us an ideal pilot.
Can I thank my honourable friend? It seems I've got a list of bids for place-based business case pilots, which we will take away and consider. But she's absolutely right to highlight why this is important, because when government is spending a lot of money on a particular thing, including through industrial policy or defence spending, we need to make sure that that actually translates into good jobs and good pay with housing and good public infrastructure so people can access those opportunities and help drive the economy forward.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As one of my constituency neighbours, the Chief Secretary will be aware of local major infrastructure needs such as upgrading Junction 16 and 17 on the M5, fixing the original Severn Bridge and upgrading Westerly Rail Junction. The West of England has often been overlooked in the past, so how will he ensure that this funding is distributed fairly for the benefit of all regions?
Chief Secretary.
Noting I need to manage my conflicts of interest as a Minister and constituency MP carefully, I would just point the Honourable Lady to the, I thought, very good announcement the other week in terms of nearly £800 million of devolved funding to the Mayor of the West of England, Helen Godwin, allowing her to be able to get on with lots of these transport upgrades that we've been waiting many years to get funded in the past.
Lorraine Beavers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm encouraged by the Minister's statement. A plan to rebuild Britain from the mess left by the Conservatives. Can the Minister inform the House how constituencies like Blackpool North and Fleetwood can take advantage of the new place-based business case as part of the Government's Green Book strategy?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend who's a champion for securing investment in her constituency. The approach with the Green Book has been changed so that we are making sure we're investing in places that have been left behind for too long. It will be for local leaders to work together to be able to bid for the type of funding that will enable them to deliver on the government's missions, whether that's house building, economic growth or helping public services to get back on their feet. And we'll certainly be open to bids from her constituency and region in due course.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this announcement, and whilst there are aspects that I don't support, can I particularly welcome the Government's investment in vital flood defences, which, as the Minister knows, are critical to ensuring that we're better protected against the impacts of climate breakdown. And with the Met Office this week warning that we could reach 45-degree temperatures in the current climate, clearly the effects of climate breakdown are already here. So does he agree that protection needs to be fully integrated into every aspect of our economy, from housing to transport to farming? And does he also agree it's a good idea to put climate resilience and preparedness on a statutory footing by requiring all major infrastructure providers to carry out climate risk assessments to make us all safer?
I thank the honourable member for raising these important points. Adaptation and sustainable development is at the heart of this infrastructure strategy. It has to be for all of the obvious reasons. And he might like to know that as part of our new approach to spatial strategies in government, we're already integrating data from the Department for the Environment, Farming and Rural Affairs on flood risk, heat risk, water availability, with data from other departments, for example, the Housing Department, to make sure that we are planning properly for the future.
Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Green Book review with the coordination of joined-up infrastructure thinking. Thank you so much. But where promises have previously been made about major infrastructure projects being affected local places, that they should see some local benefits. So with that in mind and the Lower Thames Crossing coming to Gravesham, will he meet with me to see how Gravesham could be a pilot for this place-based study to really help those affordable homes that are desperately needed as well?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I'm always delighted to meet with her, and we should meet with colleagues from the Department for Transport to make sure that where we are investing billions of pounds, whether it's public or private capital, into important infrastructure like the Lower Thames Crossing, that people benefit the wider effects of that investment.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, something amazing happened. I actually found myself in agreement with the Labour Mayor for York and North Yorkshire when he said announcements in the spending review fell well short, and that there was a real chance to show it was serious about rural areas, but it had been missed. So will the Chief Secretary of the Treasury agree with me that when it comes to investing in new infrastructure, one of the best ways to do that would be between dualling the line and electrifying the line between Leeds and York via Harrogate to unlock growth in our part of Yorkshire?
I thank the honourable member for his question. As he will have seen from the Chancellor's previous statements, we are increasing investment into transport, whether that's rail, road or buses, specifically into the North and the Midlands. So there's plenty of opportunity to be able to bid for the projects he mentions, and I'm sure he will talk to transport ministers to make that case.
Jim Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Chief Secretary of the Treasury for his statement and for the National Infrastructure Strategy. It's particularly welcome that after dithering and delay seen in the last government, who failed to get important projects like the Lower Thames Crossing, as has been mentioned, over the line, this government is finally setting out a plan to do that. Would he agree with me that investing in infrastructure sets the foundation for growth across the whole country? So not just jobs in North Kent, a reduction in congestion, opportunities for small businesses, but majorly enhanced connectivity for businesses in Midland and the North with our channel ports.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and he'll see in due course when the industrial strategy is published that we were thinking across government in relation to the role of infrastructure as an enabling investment to unlock other types of investment and create great opportunities and economies for people where they can afford to live and are able to get around in order to access those opportunities.
Anne Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. The Chief Secretary's statement hasn't made any mention of rural areas, and when it comes to infrastructure, Welsh rural communities have for decades lost out with a lack of investment in both our physical and digital infrastructure, and unfortunately the 445 million on rail doesn't come anywhere near rural Wales. So can I ask the Chief Secretary, what is the government doing to prioritise investment in disadvantaged rural areas in Wales?
Chief Secretary.
I thank the honourable member for her question. Without wanting to go through the entire infrastructure strategy or spending review, there's significant money coming to all parts of the country. The Chancellor's increased day-to-day spending by 190 billion and capital spending by 120 billion. And so I'm confident that her constituents will benefit from an improved national health service, improved road maintenance, improved digital infrastructure. There's a very long list of things that I think people will be able to experience and to be able to see the difference the Labour government is delivering as it's delivering on its promise for change.
I'm hoping the next question will be as entertaining as his constant chuntering. Alan Gemmill.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's very nice to be recognised finally by the Chair. Does the Minister agree with me that this is a fundamentally different approach to investment than the Conservative chaos which led to crumbling schools, hospitals and roads, and light years away from the SNP, whose profligate waste of public money has led to a £1 billion ferry fiasco in Ayrshire?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to point out this failure of previous governments, both in Westminster and the current government in Scotland. I was very taken when preparing this work in opposition when I heard from investors who said, when I can invest anywhere in the world, if you say you're going to do something in the UK, but if Germany says they're going to do something, I'm probably going to bet on Germany over the UK. That has to change because Britain is a brilliant country with lots of opportunity, and the long-term stability that we're setting out in our strategy, our long-term spending plans and our commitment to stability is unlocking that investment to create great opportunities for people across the whole country, including in Scotland.
David Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope the Minister appreciates just how insulting it is for Welsh ears to be told that we're getting a fair deal when it comes to railway funding, when we know that we've been cheated out of billions of pounds due to the classification of several projects as England-Wales projects. Wales here is only getting 5 railway stations between Newport and Cardiff. That's hardly national renewal, is it? So will he bet on Wales and commit to projects outside of that belt across Mid Wales and West Wales, or the electrification of the North and South lines?
Chief Secretary.
There's a key difference, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the last government, you didn't get a penny. Under this Labour government, working with the Labour government in Wales, not only have you got the largest real terms increase in spending in Wales since devolution began, you've got £455 million for rail infrastructure, nearly £130 million for coal tip safety, and many, many other things. This is the benefit of 2 Labour governments working together to deliver for the people of Wales, and you might want to be a little bit more grateful in future.
Dean Sullivan.
Speaker, and can I thank my honourable friend for his very welcome statement today. In my constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow,
We have the Avon Gorge, which is unsuitable for the volume of HGVs that traverse it every day, a motorway junction at Boroughmuir that only goes east and not west, and of course we have the long-awaited Winterbus train station that has never been delivered despite years of promises from SNP elected members. Not only are these in my constituency, they're also in the constituency of the SNP Cabinet Secretary for Transport. Can I urge my honourable friend to encourage his counterparts, the Scottish Government, to take a leaf out of this Government's book and invest in infrastructure to support our businesses and our local communities?
Yeah. Chief Secretary.
Can I thank my honourable friend? She knows that this Labour Government in Westminster has given the Scottish Government the money to get on with the job. There are no excuses left for them not being able to deliver for the people of Scotland. We will continue to partner and support the Scottish Government as best we can, but ultimately they have to change their way in the SNP-led government in Scotland, and if they can't, the only choice will be for people to vote for a new direction under Labour next May.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister very much for his answers, and always for he's incredibly pleasant, and we appreciate that. Can the Minister confirm that the 10-year strategy incorporates the need to enhance connectivity throughout all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland? In particular, can I ask the Minister, in reference to flights between Belfast and major UK cities, which are becoming more costly by the day? Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for his question. He'll know that the government has renewed its commitment to regional airport capacity with plans for the national policy statement to be published in due course. I'm sure the Transport Secretary and her team will be listening to the increasing costs for the flights that he mentions for his constituents, which of course we'd like to be able to reduce if we can.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as a civil engineer, I absolutely welcome the Minister's statement, but I do want to respond to it within the context of my register of interest. And if the Minister doesn't mind, I'll start by giving him some advice. If he is going to meet his counterpart in the Scottish Government, do not mention Sheriffhole Roundabout on the Edinburgh City Bypass, because my colleague from West Lothian is laughing, because over the past 8 years there's been lots of reports, but no delivery. The prices moved from £120 million to I think £300 million now. Quite incredible, quite incredible. On to my point, Madam Deputy Speaker. So I welcome the long-term plan. You know, there's kids at school today who will be involved in delivering it, and I welcome the connection with schools and colleges. But he will know universities in England are under huge pressure. Universities in Scotland are in crisis. So what part are they going to play in the skills that we need to deliver these projects?
Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our universities play a crucial part in our education and skills landscape. They are, of course, privately owned organisations and so are funded separately to the departmental budgets that we've allocated at the spending review. So the money announced last week and in the infrastructure strategy today are for schools and FE colleges, and any further changes to help universities with their estates will be announced in due course.
Please keep questions short. Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I spent a week in Leeds at UK Reef, banging the drum for Bournemouth and the South West to say we are open for business with this Labour government. And investors and builders are responding. They're encouraged by the pension, regulatory and planning reforms and by this infrastructure approach. But we need more investment. We've got £1.6 million going into our Bournemouth and Poole College. We've got £500 million going on 2 new NHS buildings, £230 million going on water upgrades, but we need more. Can the Chief Secretary agree to meet with me and Dorset MPs to consider how we take forward this Dorset-based approach this place-based approach towards investment so that Dorset can benefit?
That was not a short question. Chief Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for his question and for championing not just his own constituency but the region in which he sits. He's right to represent the fact that many communities have lost out to funding over many, many years because of the chaotic approach under the last government. Our approach to this long-term strategy with long-term funding and partnering with private capital is essentially set up to try to drive investment to the places that have missed out, and I'll be delighted to work with him to try to unlock those opportunities.
Don't let me down, Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Chief Secretary for his statement, and particularly the funding for maintenance of hospitals. I will be lobbying the Health Secretary in due course. But will he first of all let me once again advocate for Harlow when it comes to the future of the UK Health Security Agency? It is shovel-ready, well-located and cost-effective.
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend for continuing to make the case for this investment in his constituency. Now that the spending review is concluded, it will be for the Department for Health and Social Care to make decisions on the allocation of its spending, and I'm sure he'll continue to lobby the Health Secretary in the normal way.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome the statement, and can I ask, does the Minister agree that our investment plans are a world away from the chronic underinvestment of the previous government? Lack of investment in public services, housing, people and an ambition for Britain. This included the previous government decimating shipbuilding in my city, snatching away and replacing, and not even replacing the economy and jobs, leaving a hole of 14 years. So can I ask how this government plans will deliver for Portsmouth? And will he meet with me to see how we can open up place-based investment, and finally for Portsmouth and wider Hampshire?
Chief Secretary.
I thank my honourable friend. She's absolutely right. Long-term budgets, long-term strategy, a long-term commitment to places across the country, and in particular for Portsmouth, working with our friends in the Ministry of Defence, where we're spending an increased amount of money to make sure that we get the wider benefit for communities and workers that work in that sector.
Chris Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Milton Keynes is proud to be a growing city, but too often under the last government, the new homes did not come with the infrastructure required for the new communities. So can the Minister please set out how this new strategy is going to help support the infrastructure, particularly GP surgeries and hospitals that are going to be needed to support those new homes, and perhaps more specifically, can he please let us know how this is going to help supporting the building of new towns when we hear back from Michael Lyons with his report shortly? Thank you.
My honourable friend is right to highlight this legacy issue of poor planning. NISTA, our new Centre of Expertise in the Treasury, which is implementing this strategy, has been given the authority by Cabinet to coordinate spatial strategies across government. That means that departments will have to think between themselves to make sure that they are putting things like GP surgeries or hospitals in the right places where they're also building significant new homes.
Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our long-term plan is already having an immediate effect in South Norfolk. Over £200 million for Thickthorne Junction, £8.9 million for the Norfolk and Norwich Hospital, and upgrades to 4 GP practices, all supporting the Honourable Member for Broadland and Fakenham's constituency as well. So I would not be doing a good job as a South Norfolk MP if I didn't flag the amazing work of the Norwich Research Park, which I would really advocate for future investment.
Can I congratulate my honourable friend for being so successful in securing so much investment into his constituents? I'm sure his constituents will be deeply indebted to him now and in future elections, and I know he'll continue to make the case for investment for his constituents.
That is the end of the statement on UK infrastructure, a 10-year strategy. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we prepare for our second statement. We now come to the second statement on warm home discount, and I come to Minister Farnborough.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement about the action we're taking to cut energy bills for working families. 3 years on from the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which sent prices soaring, people up and down the country are still feeling the impacts of this. Everywhere I go in this job, and every person I speak to, I hear how wages which used to support families are being swallowed up by sky-high energy bills month after month after month. And the truth is that for as long as we remain dependent on gas and volatile global markets, British people will continue to pay the price, and we will continue to be held back as a country. That is why we are finally ending our exposure and our vulnerability by sprinting to clean, affordable energy which is controlled by us. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that in the meantime, we have to do everything that we can to support families who we know are under huge amounts of pressure with their energy bills. So today, we are setting out how we will help millions more households with their bills this winter by expanding the Warm Homes discount. Previously, around 3 million people received the 150 rebate off their energy bills, but millions of people living in homes not classified as hard to heat were excluded as a result of criteria introduced by the last government in 2022. We believe those criteria were unnecessary and unreliable. We believe it cannot be fair to have two families in almost exactly the same circumstances, with one receiving help and one not. This is something that has been repeatedly raised by consumers and their advocates since the changes were made in 2022, and I absolutely understand their concerns. This is why we are abolishing this restriction. So this winter, Every single household where the bill payer receives a means-tested benefit will be eligible for the Warm Homes discount, which means a further 2.7 million low-income households will get this vital support. In total, more than 6 million households, 1 in 5 families in Britain, will get the help they need this winter. Now, this expansion will also help our goal to tackle fuel poverty, which is absolutely critical to the work that my department is doing. It will increase the number of fuel-poor households that receive support, with coverage improving from 30% under the current scheme to around 45%. In total, 1 in 6 million fuel-poor households will receive support. Now, I have met people on the front line of the energy bills crisis up and down the country. So I know for a fact that there are families out there right now breathing a sigh of relief, because this will help ease the huge amount of pressure that they are under with the cost of living. Now, one of the issues that is often raised with me is that families can miss out on the Warm Homes discount because the person who receives means-tested benefit is not named on the energy bill. In order to be eligible, the means-tested benefit recipient or their partner or legal appointee needs to be named on the energy bill. So I want to encourage all families who receive a means-tested benefit to check this and, if necessary, to contact their supplier. People need to ensure that the benefit recipient or their partner or their appointee is named on the bill before the Warm Homes discount qualifying date, which is the 24th of August. Now, at the same time, we are going further to put the energy market back in the service of working people, taking steps to restore confidence and faith in the energy market that we know has been shaken. As it stands, too many complaints against energy companies go resolved or take too long to fix, whether it's suppliers not responding quickly enough or failing to adjust direct debits when families use less energy. This produces a situation where consumers often do not access the compensation they are entitled to due to an overly complex complaint system. And this government is absolutely committed to standing up for consumers who have had a bad experience in the energy system. And we're working hard to ensure that the system works in the interest of consumers. We've already made real strides in improving conditions for customers. Following the Secretary of State's intervention and months of government work with the sector, Ofgem announced £18.6 million of compensation for victims of forced prepayment meters in May. And we will continue to go further. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a government which is willing to use every tool in our arsenal to fight for working people. And by moving at speed to deliver clean power, with the spending review setting out the biggest investment in domestic clean energy industry in history, we will take back control of our energy system. We will do the job of protecting consumers. And that is why we are wasting absolutely no time in driving forward our clean energy mission in our first year. Ending the onshore wind ban, consenting more than 4 gigawatts of renewable energy, launching Great British Energy, funding a new golden era for nuclear, kick-starting carbon capture and hydrogen industries, investing £1 billion already to upgrade up to 300,000 homes, and £13.2 billion committed in the spending review to upgrade millions. This is how we rebuild our energy network and protect families across the country, by supporting more people who need our help this winter, by restoring confidence in a reformed energy market, and by bringing bills down for good with secure, reliable, clean energy. We will ensure that every family in this country has the security of a home they can afford to heat, now and in the future. And I commend the statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement. On this, the warmest day of the year, what a delight it was to receive the Warm Homes discount update. But may I take this moment to thank the Minister. I know that she is a tireless champion for the people of Peckham and for the most vulnerable, and I thank her for all the work that she does behind the scenes for those causes. Now, exactly 1 year ago today, the Chancellor said, and I quote, "Great British Energy, a publicly owned energy company, will cut energy bills by up to £300. And what has happened since, Madam Deputy Speaker? Bills have not fallen by £300, as was promised so many times by the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Energy Secretary, and Labour MPs. In fact, bills have gone up by almost £300, the opposite of what they were all promised just a year ago. On top of this, they took the winter fuel payment from millions of pensioners through a cold winter. This announcement will provide support for some, but it is nothing more than a sticking plaster for the fact that this government's energy policy is making people colder and poorer. The minister has not said a single word about this expansion and how it will be paid for. This is a £400 million commitment, and there was no detail in the government's press release nor the minister's statement about how it will be funded. Will the warm homes discount still be funded by levies on everyone's energy bills? If so, this policy means that energy bills will increase for the majority of bill payers, yet the minister did not say this in her statement. So can the minister please inform the House whether she has asked her department to calculate how much levies on everyone's bills will increase by to pay for the $400 million of extra spending? If she has, will she tell the House so that our constituents know how much their bills are going to be increased by under this Labour government? The government's press release said that the expansion of the scheme will be offset by efficiency savings across the energy system. But we have no detail about what those efficiencies are or how much money will be saved. In fact, the system is becoming less efficient. NESO recently said that the cost of balancing the grid by paying wind farms to switch off when it's too windy increased by 10% to $2.7 billion a year, and they warned that this will triple to $8 billion a year by 2030, as this government rushes to build more wind farms and solar farms on agricultural land than ever before. That's what this government is delivering: more subsidies, more levies, more payments for wind farms to switch off, more tech imported from China, more costs to everyone's bills. So can the minister share some proper detail with the House about exactly how much this will cost the British people? I suspect the answer will be a resounding no. This is a statement devoid of detail because it's simply designed to distract from the fact that this government's energy policy is in chaos and driving bills higher and higher. This is a government driven by ideology of net zero, not making energy bills lower for families across Britain. It is a government of broken promises.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Honourable Lady has some cheek, given the last government's record on energy bills, where families across the country saw sky-high energy bills under their watch, where families across the country are still paying the price of that today. The idea that they could sit there and try and lecture us on energy bills is pretty rich. So let me take the questions directly. Yes, we are committed to reducing energy bills by £300. We've passed the legislation on Great British Energy. The institution is up and running. We are doing the job of driving down bills. We stand by that commitment. And the way that we will deliver it is absolutely that investment in clean power. What was very clear under their watch is that ultimately that reliance and dependence on global fossil fuel markets is what led to bills rising. We will not make that mistake, which is why we are investing record levels in renewables, and that is the way in which we will drive down costs in the system and drive down bills. And let me pick up this point, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is not about ideology. This is about families across the country. The status quo, it is not tenable. We do not think it is acceptable to have bills at the levels they are and leave families exposed. That is why we are taking action. On the very specific question about how this will be paid for, we are very, very clear. So the warm homes discount is paid for under the price cap. But we are very, very clear that we do not want to see other families' bills increase in order to pay for this. So what we have done is work with Ofgem. So, for example, looking for savings within supplier operating costs. The debt allowance at the moment Debt spiked under the energy crisis. That means all households are paying a bit on debt allowance. We're working with Ofgem in order to get that debt burden down, and we will use the savings in order to cover the cost of this. So we are very, very clear. Support for those who need it, protection for all households.
Luke Murphy.
Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the statement from the Minister, and can also say that I think the Shadow Minister was right to highlight that this was being announced on the warmest day of the year. A government announcing a warm homes plan literally to fix the roof while the sun is shining, as the party opposite failed to do. Nearly 3 million families benefiting, thousands no doubt in Hampshire and many in my constituency as well. Can I ask the Minister firstly just around data sharing? One of the reasons why it's tough for many families and households to access these benefits is because of the inability to access data between the suppliers and the government. And secondly, given that the previous government, with its legacy, left us with the highest electricity prices in Europe, can she also confirm that the government is continuing to look at ways to bring down electricity costs for both consumers and businesses?
Thank you to my honourable friend. As always, puts it absolutely perfectly. Let me pick up the point specifically on data sharing. This is absolutely critical. So my department, the Department for Work and Pensions, have been working over the past few months in order to make sure that we are sharing means-tested benefit data so that this will be absolutely automatic. So come this winter, all consumers who are eligible will receive a letter saying that they will be getting the warm homes discount. It will be transferred onto energy bills as a credit, a direct payment for consumers, because we have done the groundwork in order to put that in place. And then critically to that point of, look, the cost, the relative cost of gas and electricity is incredibly high. We know that this is a problem for households. We know that this is a problem for businesses, particularly as we try and make that transition to clean energy. So we are continuing to do that work. I'm very, very clear that in order, for example, for our plans to upgrade homes to have the bite and traction it needs, we need to deal with that question, and we're absolutely committed to doing so.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We welcome investment in warm homes following a winter where millions of households were living in fuel poverty, a crisis exacerbated by the government's cut to winter fuel payment, and we welcome the U-turn on that too. The former Conservative government's stop-starts on home insulation policies left thousands of vulnerable people in damp, cold and unsafe homes with lower energy efficiency standards and higher bills during an energy crisis. So, given homes in this country are among the oldest and least energy efficient in Europe, will the government commit to an ambitious 10-year plan for home insulation, as Lib Dems have long called for? Will they ensure households on low income will be eligible for free insulation as part of that plan? And following the government accepting the Honourable Member for Cheltenham's campaign for solar panels to be mandated for all new homes, will they now look to introduce a full zero-carbon standard for all new homes and solar for car parks, as put forward by the Liberal Democrats in amendments to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill?
Thank you to the honourable member. I couldn't agree more. The record of stops and starts on home upgrades and home insulation is one of the reasons we failed to insulate as many households as we should have from the energy price spike. We are committed to a long-term plan to upgrade millions of homes across the country. That is what the Warm Homes plan will do. We're delighted that this is being backed by the Chancellor with £13.2 billion of investment, and we're now working on how we roll that out across the country. And look, what I would say is we will make sure that we have the right solution for every household, and that will be a combination of insulation, solar, heat pumps, in order to make sure that every household that gets an upgrade has a home that is warm and a home that is much, much cheaper to run, and that is our absolute focus and priority. On the future home standards, we've been working very closely with colleagues in the Ministry of Housing and Communities. We've been consulting and working with developers. We are absolutely committed to driving forward the standards. We've set out our ambition to make sure that future homes are fit for the future with solar as well as clean heat solutions in homes that will be rebuilt. We cannot have the situation we've had in the past where we're building homes that we need to retrofit in a few years' time. So we're committed to doing that, and we will be setting out more details in the Warm Homes plan.
Zubair Ahmed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can
I warmly welcome my honourable friend's announcement, which will mean that in Scotland 240,000 people will benefit to the tune of £150 directly from the UK Government. I know my honourable friend will be having conversations with Scottish counterparts, and I'm sure today if the SNP were here they would also welcome this announcement. As she is having those conversations, can I encourage her to tell them about her example and how this is very different to the approach that the SNP take when they talk about independence thermometers and housing dashboards, and that this Labour government is doing down here is a practical, tangible example of how we can directly impact the lives of working people.
Thank you to my honourable friend. He's absolutely right. So we are engaging with the Scottish Government. What this expansion does is create more resources for the Scottish Government to ensure that direct bill support is provided to more households. But alongside that, there has to be a plan to upgrade homes in order to make sure that we're delivering homes that are warmer and cheaper to run. We will have a plan here. We expect that with the funding that will come through, with the example that we set, that the Scottish Government will follow suit. But we are long past the stage of warm words and light action. We need to get on with it because there are people across the country, there are people in Scotland that are struggling, and there is a responsibility of government to get a grip and to start to act.
Sir Julian Lewis.
As the Minister probably knows, yesterday food bank groups associated with the Trussell Trust lobbied members on both sides of the House very effectively. My local group, the Waterside Food Bank, impressed on me the gap between the £92 which a single person is estimated currently to need to survive, and the officially by the government, and the £120 that they believe is necessary for a single person to be able to survive alone. And therefore, can the Minister give an indication of to what extent this gap between those two figures will be closed as a result of this initiative?
Thank you to the honourable member for a very, very good question. So look, we know that families are struggling with the cost of living. We know that families are in poverty. Many are having to make that choice between heating and eating. We are trying to put in place a range of measures. So the Warm Homes discount, this £150 is part of it. We have extended, for example, free school meals to families on means-tested benefit. We're rolling out Breakfast Club. There are a range of things that we are trying to do as a government in order to ensure that people who we know are struggling and have been struggling for a long time are lifted. Because our ambition, and we're very, very clear about that, Labour governments, every time our record is that we lift people out of poverty, and we will continue to do that.
Pamela Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement, as well nearly 250,000 people across Scotland who are going to benefit from this £150 Warm Homes discount for the first time. And we always appreciate these measures, even a little bit more in Scotland, because it's a bit colder, and we have to keep reminding them even today. But does the Minister share my pride that this government is today expanding support for people, more people who need it most, and that we're able to do so because we're turning the tide on the failure and building a strong economy on the back of clean energy?
I couldn't agree with my honourable friend more. The legacy, the inheritance was woeful. It doesn't require me to say it. People feel it across the country. And there is a responsibility that we have as the incoming government, as a new government, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to lift up living standards, everything we can to support families that we know are struggling. And so, you know, I share the pride that we are able to expand the support because we know just how much it's needed. There is more that we need to do. We're not going to stop here. So whether that is the rollout of the Warm Homes plan, which if we get right, and if we're upgrading homes, that's up to £600 that we're taking off bills, or the bigger plan that we must take forward in order to deliver clean power so that we can reduce bills for everyone. This government is very clear about the task of improving living standard. It is core to what we need to do. It is core to what we need to achieve as a government, and we're getting on and delivering it.
James Wilde.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that Park Home residents in North West Norfolk and across the country who pay their bills directly to the site owner will also benefit from the extended £150 discount, and that when they apply, funding will not be limited so that everyone who's entitled to this payment will receive it?
Thank you to the Honourable Member. A really good question about park homes. So park homes are currently supported through industry initiative, Warm Homes Discount. We will continue to make sure that park homes are supported. There is obviously work that we need to do because we are conscious that there are some customers that aren't receiving it, and we're working with industry in order to resolve that.
Joanna Baxter.
I warmly welcome my honourable friend's statement today on the expansion of the Warm Homes Discount, because this will mean that 240,000 people across Scotland, including many thousands in Paisley and Renfrewshire South, will receive £150 directly off their energy bills by this UK government. Can my honourable friend say a little more about the work being done to accelerate proposals to introduce a debt relief scheme which would target unsustainable debt built up during the energy crisis?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to point out debt relief and the huge burden that we've seen. So over the course of the energy crisis, we saw debt increase to over £3 billion. And for many of those households in debt, there is no route to paying this down. And so we've been working with Ofgem to put in place the debt relief scheme. So a combination of write-offs of debt, repayment plans, so that we can ensure that more people are lifted out of energy debt and are in a position so that they can be able to afford their energy.
Tom Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister knows I've got a lot of time for her, and I do welcome the announcements today, but it will be of little relief to those who are living with spray foam insulation that was inadequately installed and has been no support from the government to fix that. Putting that aside, I did just wonder if areas which are rural or off-grid households, what government support will be to ensure that those don't miss out, and how they might be included in these plans.
Thank you to the honourable member. Rural consumers who are on means-tested benefits, who are linked into an energy supplier, should be supported in the right way. We know that there will be some rural households that are off-grid, that aren't with a particular energy supplier, where it is more difficult. And this is why we're working with industry. There is a discretionary amount within the Warm Homes Discount that allows industry to try to find those people, target those people to provide support.
Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think all of us on this side of the House are warmly welcoming the statement today, particularly in Scotland, where 240,000 families will be benefiting for £150 off their bills this winter. That's thousands of working families across my Livingston constituency. Does the Minister agree with me? This is another case of the UK Labour Government manifesto commitment made and being delivered.
My honourable friend is completely right. Promise made, promise delivered. This is what we do as a Labour government. We are very clear about the change that we need to deliver in the country. Unlike the side opposite, unlike our colleagues in the Scottish Government, not warm words, not faffing around, we're getting on with the job of delivering change.
Josh McAllister.
Deputy Speaker, the announcement today from the Minister about the expansion of the discount is extremely welcome and will benefit many people across West Cumbria. One of the first meetings I had with ministers after the election was with the Honourable Member, and I would like to ask her to set out a bit more detail about how the really welcome Warm Homes programme will build on this discount to create a more permanent, lasting solution for families in my constituency who face some of the leakiest, draftiest homes in the country, real financial benefit.
Thank you to my honourable friend. For families in fuel poverty, and fuel poverty for me is an absolute scourge that we must absolutely work hard to eliminate. And there are two things that we have to do in order to deliver that. On the one hand, we have to deliver bill support, which is why the expansion of the Warm Homes Discount is so important, because more households in fuel poverty will receive it. But it is also about making sure that we are doing the job of upgrading homes. And, you know, we, this year, £1 billion invested so that we will deliver 300,000 upgrades. That is not enough. We have got to massively increase the number of upgrades so that we're delivering millions of upgrades over the course of this Parliament. So we've got the commitment to 13.2 billion. We are now doing the work of setting out how we drive that shift and that change that we need to see across the country so that we can ensure that households that need it have insulation, have solar panels, batteries, heat pumps, in order to make sure that they have homes that are warmer and ultimately that we lower bills by up to £600.
Challenge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This announcement today is, of course, very welcome and will make a real difference to many of our constituents. And I'm really glad to hear the Minister reaffirm today that in addition to support with bills, she recognises the urgent need to ensure that every home is well insulated, affordable to heat, a genuinely warm home, both through hugely increasing standards for new homes and insulating those that already exist. So can I ask her specifically why it is, she's referenced the 13.2 billion government commitment to the Warm Homes Plan, which is welcome, though not enough. But why is it that the spending review documents show that more than a third of that money, 5 billion out of the 13.2 billion, is money the government expects to get back, presumably repaid by householders?
So I think the honourable member is referring to some of the financial transaction mechanisms that we have. So we will deliver the Warm Home Strand through government support to some households, but we will also deliver it by working with energy companies, whether that's suppliers, whether that's DNOs, in order to ensure that we're driving upgrades. And part of that will involve government providing loans, for example, to suppliers that they will then pay us back over time. So I think that's what the honourable member is referring to. But we are very, very clear that we need upfront investment in order to catalyse this. We're very clear about the fact that we need to upgrade millions of homes, and we are very clear that we need to crack on and get on with the job.
Deirdre Castigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement, which will mean that over 500,000 more Londoners will benefit from a £150 discount on their energy bills this winter. Does she agree that along with our free breakfast clubs, our £1,400 a year increase in the minimum wage and our free childcare in schools, today's announcement shows Labour is putting money back in the pockets of working people in Ealing Southall and across the country?
My honourable friend is absolutely spot on. Look, the serious point here is partly, you know, the honourable members in front of me are sort of chuckling away, but it is no joke, because in the end, we inherited an absolutely atrocious set of circumstances. Families across the country paying for their failure, cost of living at record high levels. I go across the country, I speak to people, I see the impact of their failure on people's lives. And that is not a situation that we were willing, that is not a status quo that we were willing to accept, which is why we are taking decisive action. So whether it is the expansion of Warm Homes discount, whether it is the expansion of free school meals, whether it is the increase in the national minimum wage, whether it is record investment in social housing, this government getting on with the job of lifting living standards in order to fix the mess that we inherited from that lot.
Shannon.
Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister very much for her statement today and for her answers. In the short time that the Minister has been in place, she's always delivered good news, and that's quite a talent, and well done, and thank the Government for that. Double the number of households in the United Kingdom will get £150 off their energy bills, and this is very much welcome for those on means-tested benefits. However, with Northern Ireland seeing 1 in 4 children living in poverty, it's essential that this applies in Northern Ireland. So can the Minister confirm that Northern Ireland is included in the help and assistance for the vulnerable and for those in poverty, and whether this will come through the Burn and Consequential, or what way will it be delivered? Thank you so much.
Thank you to the honourable member. So Northern Ireland run their own scheme, which is separate from this. But what I will say is that we are in very close contact with the Northern Irish Government. In fact, I was in Northern Ireland yesterday. And so we are working to make sure that both the work that we are doing to deliver clean power, which is our route to lowering bills, but critically the work that we're doing through the Warm Homes Plan, we are doing that in a coordinated way, because as the honourable member says, he's absolutely right. We know that there are people across the country that are struggling at the moment, and it is absolutely our responsibility to take the action to support them.
Sam Rushworth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for this announcement? As she'll recall, back in September, we met together to discuss my concerns about fuel poverty in the Bishop Auckland constituency, including the number of children that were living in cold homes. And we specifically talked about this measure, and she's taken it away, and she's done the hard graft, and she's delivered. So I thank her for that. But as she said in her statement, there are people who may not get this because they don't know they're entitled to it. The government will know which people are receiving the Warmer Homes discount and which people are on a means-tested benefit and not receiving it, would she consider writing to those families to make sure that everybody knows about the good news that this government is putting more money in their pockets?
Thank you to my honourable friend, and thank you for the work that he has been doing to champion this agenda. I can confirm that we will be writing to all households in receipt of means-tested benefit to let them know that they are eligible. For the vast majority of them, it will be automatic, so they don't have to do anything. It will turn up as a credit in their bills. If they are not the bill payer, then there is a bit of action that they will take. So we will be making sure that we get the message out that they must make sure that they are included as the bill payer in order to get the automatic support.
Alder McKee.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thousands more of my constituents in Glasgow will have money off their energy bills this winter as a result of the Labour government's decision. So can I welcome her statement and ask her to assure me that the government will continue to work hard to deliver lower energy bills for families in Glasgow?
Thank you to my honourable friend. I can absolutely commit to that. You know, the party opposite tells us that our fight to deliver clean power, they tell us that our work to upgrade people's homes is ideological. It's not ideological. It is down to bread and butter issues. We know that there are families that are struggling across the country. We will not willing to accept that status quo, and so we are getting on with the job of making sure that we are reducing energy bills, because improving living standards, delivering the change that we were elected to deliver, is an absolute core priority for this government.
Tom Hayes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Minister is right. Because the Conservatives left our country exposed to fossil fuel prices, people's wages are being swallowed up by energy costs. It's right that we are sprinting to clean, homegrown energy as a long-term solution, and the tensions in the Middle East demonstrate why this is so important. But we also need to get support to people right now in Bournemouth East. So I welcome the fact that 220,000 families across the South West, including my constituents, will benefit from help this winter. But can she set out to my constituents who really want to feel a bit of breathing room, they want to live, not merely survive, that the cost of living and tackling it is our #1 priority as a government, and we should set out some of the ways in which the government is targeting that cost of living crisis?
Thank you to my honourable friend. He is absolutely right to talk about the cost of living. He's also right to point out the huge exposure that we have to global fossil fuel markets, and a point where we're seeing tensions and conflict in the Middle East. Actually, energy security becomes so critical. So we will continue, despite the naysayers on the other side, to continue to sprint to deliver clean power. But whilst we do that, are taking action to lift the cost of living. So whether it is this expansion of the warm homes discount, whether it's expansion of free school meals, whether it's increasing the national living wage, whether it is our action to roll out breakfast clubs, whether it is the action that we're taking to build record numbers of social housing, Labour government committed to delivering living standards, not talking about it, but actually getting on and delivering the change that we were elected to.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Many families in Portsmouth North continue to face pressure from energy bills and cost of living. So can I firstly congratulate my right honourable friend and the government in supporting those on the lowest incomes this winter, particularly through the change in the warm home discount, the £150 credit, the warm home plans and the additional funds that we have given on Household Support Fund, helping people like Portsmouth North resident Amy, who I met yesterday, and who lost out under the last government's unnecessary, unreliable and unfair criteria. Will she join me in urging, alongside our government, that energy providers and councils, including Portsmouth City Council, do more to promote and advertise what residents must do to access these vital supports to raise their living standards so that families entitled do get the help that they need?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. There is a clear obligation on energy suppliers to do everything that they can to support vulnerable households. I meet with suppliers regularly in order to emphasise that people are under pressure and they must discharge that obligation. But she's also right to point out that we have to work with local government, regional government partners on the ground in order to make sure that the support that is available, and we will continue building on that support, is getting to the people that absolutely need it.
Final question, Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement, which will impact or help for a 250,000 households in the east of England. And can I say, from a personal point of view, it's so encouraging to hear a government focused on green energy solutions. Believe it or not, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's over 30 years ago since I was at school learning about the importance of green energy. But can I ask her to reflect on the decisions this government are making, including the ban of removing the ban on onshore wind, and how this will continue to benefit residents in my constituency of Harley?
Thank you to my honourable friend, who I cannot believe it was 30 years ago that he was learning about clean energy. Look, we have been sprinting to deliver clean power. When we came into government, we set that mission to do it by 2030. There were naysayers, there continue to be naysayers, but we were not deterred by that. So whether it is removing the ban on onshore wind, whether it's record investment in nuclear, whether it is record renewables auction, we are very, very clear that we are putting in the investment, we're doing the hard yards, the hard graft to deliver clean power. And why are we doing that? Not because of ideology, but because we recognise that we inherited an energy system that wasn't working on behalf of consumers. We recognise that people are under huge amounts of pressure. A status quo we weren't willing to accept. We will deliver clean power so that we can bear down on bills and ensure that we drive down energy bills for good.
That is the end of the statement on warm home discounts. I'll allow the front benches a few moments to shuffle over as we continue the business for the rest of the afternoon. Bill, Secretary-Yvette Cooper.
Deprivation of citizenship orders effect during appeal bill.
Second reading what day? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. And now move on to the business of the day. We now come to motion number 1 relating to Deputy Speaker's Minister to move.
I'd like to move.
The question is, as on the order papers, may that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now come on to motion number 2 on licences and licensing. And I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the Draft Licensing Act 2003 UEFA Women's European Football Championship Licensing Hours Order 2025, which was laid before this House on the 15th of May, be approved. This summer, the UEFA Women's European Football Championship, commonly referred to as the Women's Euro 2025, will be hosted in Switzerland. And I'm pleased to report that both the England and Wales women's national teams have qualified to participate in this prestigious tournament. The draft contingent order before the House today proposes a temporary extension of licensing hours across England and Wales should either England or Wales or both progress to the semi-finals or the final of the competition. Specifically, if either team reaches these stages, and I have to say, from my limited following of football, it seems like the women's teams have a reputation for doing far better than our male teams. So if either of these teams reach these stages, the order would extend licensing hours from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. on the evenings of the semi-finals, which are scheduled for the 22nd and the 23rd of July, and the final, which is due to take place on the 27th of July. As members will be aware, Section 172 of the Licensing Act 2003 empowers the Secretary of State to make such an order in recognition of events of exceptional national significance. The decision to lay this draft order follows a public consultation conducted by the Home Office earlier this year. A significant majority, 87% of respondents, supported the proposed extension of licensing hours for the semi-finals and 84% for the final should the home nations qualify. Respondents also agreed with the proposed duration of the extension until 1 a.m. and supported its application to both England and Wales. There was also consensus that the extension should apply only to the sale of alcohol for consumption on the premises. This order will therefore allow licensed premises to remain open until 1 a.m. without the need to submit a temporary event notice. I'm happy to give way if that's in order.
Minister, just to say that obviously for England and Wales, we very much welcome that, and as a Northern Ireland MP, I wish to convey to the English and the Welsh ladies team all the best for going forward. Although it won't apply to Northern Ireland, it won't stop us cheering on the English and the Welsh team in Northern Ireland at a different time scale in our pubs and our restaurants and our cafes.
Well, it's always good to see solidarity between the four nations. So can I thank the honourable member for, in his usual style, that courtesy and that those good wishes to the two women's teams. So thank you to the honourable member. I was just wanting to explain that the reason we're taking this order forwards is to reduce the administrative burden on both businesses and local authorities, saving time and resources for all involved. I'm happy to give way. Yeah.
I thank the Minister for giving way. As a Leeds United supporter, I felt the need to ask what a semi-final or a final was. But can I also say that? Can I also welcome this statement today, and also would she recognise the benefit this will make to the pub and the entertainment industry by increasing these opening hours, and actually the hopefully, if we get that far, the impact that will have on the communities that can support it.
Yes, and in fact, my honourable friend is just talking about the thing that I wanted to come on to next, which is about the hospitality sector, particularly pubs and bars, who stand to benefit from this modest extension, which would allow them to accommodate increased demand during these high-profile fixtures. But I fully accept that the hospitality sector has had a difficult time over the last few years, and that this is a helpful measure. So it is right to acknowledge as well that police representatives have expressed some concerns regarding the potential for increased crime and disorder. Now, whilst operational decisions on deployment and resourcing are a matter for individual forces, I am confident that appropriate measures will be taken to mitigate any risks, as has happened in similar cases. So notably, there have been no significant incidents of large-scale disorder linked to previous licensing extensions, which I think is testament to the professionalism of our police service, to whom we owe our thanks. I'd also like to emphasise that this is a limited and proportionate 2-hour extension. It applies solely to the sale of alcohol for consumption on the premises after 11 p.m. It does not extend to off-licences, supermarkets or other premises licensed only for off-sales. And before concluding, I wish to clarify one final point. If neither England nor Wales reach the semi-finals, the proposed extension will not apply on the 22nd or 23rd of July. Similarly, if one or both teams reach the semi-finals but do not progress to the final, normal licensing hours will apply on the 27th of July. Members may also wish to be made aware that the Honourable Member for Wrexham is sponsoring a private members' bill supported by the government, which seeks to make such orders subject to the negative resolution procedure in future. So that means that there will be less time spent, particularly on the floor of the House, having to agree this. Now, the bill has completed its committee stage in the House, but it will not yet be enacted in time to apply to this summer's tournament, and hence the need for this order to be brought before the House today. Should this order receive the support of the House, as I hope and I expect it will reinforce the argument that debating such measures may not represent the most effective use of parliamentary time. In conclusion, this order has been brought forward in recognition of the significant public interest in the forthcoming tournament, and in particular the hopes and expectations surrounding the England and Wales team. And on that note, I would like to take the opportunity to wish the players of both teams the very best of luck. I am sure they will do themselves, their fans and their nations proud. And finally, I commend the order to the House.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call the Shadow Minister, Andrew Snowden.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we are, of course, delighted to support these temporary licences changes, as I am sure members on all sides are. Although, to be fair, I don't think I would have much choice on this matter, as if I ever stood at this dispatch box and opposed more time in the pub to watch football, my dad would probably disown me. These changes, as the Minister has outlined, will extend licences by 2 hours for venues who already have licences until 11 p.m. and apply if England or Wales, the two qualifying teams in the Women's UEFA Cup, reaches a semi-final on the 22nd or 23rd of July, or the final on the 27th of July. And there is no reason why we should doubt that they will reach that threshold, because we are the defending champions of the Women's UEFA Cup after England's magnificent performance at the 2022 tournament hosted here in the UK at Wembley. The final saw a 2-1 victory. And of course, in football, it was made all the sweeter by beating the Germans. So this is a fantastic time to support your local as well as your national. But it is also worth taking the time to note that since the autumn budget, the hospitality sector is sadly reporting a spike in the number of pub closures. And it's no surprise that as the Chancellor's raid on pubs cost them at least £5,000 per employee, with 60% of pubs saying they have cut jobs and 3/4 saying they have increased their prices as a direct result. So whilst, thanks to these licensing changes, we might all be able to go to the pub for a little longer, it's going to cost us a bit more for a pint. And sadly for many, the local might not even be in business anymore. So now, more than ever, we need to support our locals, like the 63 pubs that were nominated in my Filed Pub of the Year competition. It was won by the Coach and Horses in Freckleton, and I am sure the two Grahams who run this cracking establishment will be delighted with a shout-out from this dispatch box, but even more delighted to the Minister that they will have a bit of extra time to sell some more pints of Ponky's ale. So it leaves me to finish by wishing the England and Wales teams good luck, but of course I am biased and hope to be raising a glass to England once again, thrashing Germany.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, but just before I call him, it would be remiss of me not to mention my local football club, we're a Crowborough obviously, and that we're a family of Gooners. I feel like I was missing out then. I now call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Ben Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. England's Lionesses have a brilliant track record, and not just on the pitch. They've continued to win hearts, change attitudes, and have redefined what women's sport looks like in this country. From their historic Euro 2022 win to reaching the World Cup final last year, they've sparked a cultural shift that's touched every community, including mine in North Cornwall. In towns and villages across Cornwall, you'll find women lacing up their boots, taking to the pitch, and building the next chapter of the game. Teams like Bodmin Women, Viewtown Ladies, Kilkhampton Ladies, and countless others are part of a growing movement to put women's sport on an equal footing with men's. I can't stress how vitally important our national team and local grassroots sides are to inspire young girls to dream big. And when girls in places like Bude or Padstow see the Lionesses celebrated on the same scale as the men's team, it sends a clear message: this game is for you too, and you belong here. That's why this licensing change really matters. It might seem technical, but it carries symbolic weight. It will also have a really positive impact on our hospitality industry at a time when it's really struggling with increased national insurance and BPR changes. It tells the country that women's football deserves the same celebration, the same energy, and the same place in our national life as the men's game. But visibility alone isn't enough. At school level, where a lot of the passions start and a lifelong love of the beautiful game is ignited, only around 2/3 of girls are getting the chance to play football during physical education lessons. That's unacceptable. We Liberal Democrats believe that every young person should get at least 2 hours of quality physical education a week, backed by proper facilities and the right funding. We also need to ensure that grassroots clubs like those in North Cornwall and across the country have the coaching, resources and safe spaces they need to thrive. I've seen the appetite in our local communities firsthand. We just need to match it with the support. The Karen Carney Review in 2023 offered a roadmap for long-term progress. But progress must also mean equity and treating women's sport not just as an add-on, but as an essential part of this country's culture. Collectively, I'm sure that all members of this House will join me in getting behind the teams in our villages, towns, cities and schools, encouraging the future of women's football to be written on school fields and local pitches by the next generation. And I'd just like to take this opportunity to wish both Wales and England the very best of luck for the tournament. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right, we now go on to the next set of business. If colleagues are exiting, they should exit very quickly and very quietly. We now come to the backbench debate on incontinence. I call Sonia Kumar, who will speak for around 15 minutes. Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that this House has considered incontinence care. I'd like to thank the Backbench Committee and its chair, the Honourable Member of Harrow East, who helped secure this debate. And I'm delighted that we are debating this vital but often ignored issue during World Continence Week. The definition of a taboo is a subject so difficult, repulsive or offensive that it can't be mentioned in polite conversation, and it can only be articulated in hushed or embarrassing tones. Once menstruation was a taboo, we weren't supposed to talk about it. Once cancer was a taboo, and some communities it still is. Once mental health was a taboo, people covered it up. We now can discuss these things more openly without embarrassment. We can seek the right medical advice and treatment, and we can offer the support to one another and fight for decent healthcare for every aspect of the human body. How did I get here in this chamber talking about human bodily functions? This has been a journey for me. I spoke in the Westminster Hall debate on women's health in February. As a physiotherapist, I talked about pelvic health and the importance of rehabilitation and pelvic floor exercises. And my words seemed to struck a chord. Colleagues, residents and professionals all emailing me, thanking me for speaking out and sharing their experiences. And it started to snowball. And I asked myself, why aren't we talking about this more? And I'm advised that this is the first ever general debate on this topic in this chamber, so I congratulate the House today. Now, what are we actually talking about? We're talking about the voluntary loss of faeces and urine, which can be caused by pregnancy, neurological conditions, MS and spinal cord surgery, musculoskeletal conditions, disabilities, menopause and prostate-related conditions, and many, many more reasons. The crippling fear for patients is it might happen at work, in public, or in a social setting. And I've spoken to patients who have told me they feel like a prisoner in their own home, caught by a condition that means that people avoid each other, don't go out, can't go to work, don't have relationships, and they feel a crushing sense of shame. For those people with mental health, and it suffers beyond a point to serious illness. And our language reflects society's attitude, wetting your knickers, peeing your pants, or ruder variants, which I will not say today. Yet we are talking about a range of conditions that affect millions of our residents. Did you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that bladder and bowel incontinence is more common than hay fever? The NHS estimates that 14 million people are living with bladder problems. That's 1 in 5 in the population. And it's men as well as women. And the NHS says that 2 million men experience involuntary loss of urine. A third of women are living with these conditions right now. That's right, a third. Yet this is another aspect of health woefully unsupported and pushed off the agenda. And it affects 1.5 million children and young people. 1 in 12 children across the UK are battling these debilitating symptoms, including bedwetting, chronic constipation and soiling. 500,000 adults have bowel conditions leading to voluntary loss of faeces. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a population which is getting older, surviving complex conditions
such as cancer, and this will increase the prevalence of bladder and bowel dysfunction. And when it comes to bowel conditions, we're talking about involuntary loss of faecal matter, which can be because of IBS, Crohn's disease, or other such conditions like bowel cancer. And I haven't even touched on what people suffer when they have doubly incontinence. Our NHS collects data on anything and everything, yet the number of patients with continence care needs to be routinely published, and it is not. So my first ask to the Minister, and I have several, is why not? The House will note if I'm avoiding the term incontinence and continence. Notwithstanding the title of today's debate, I've spoken to so many people with bladder and bowel conditions, and my feeling is that it's a wrong word to use and it carries too much stigma. To give justice to this debate, I've conducted roundtables with experts, with patients, and shared anonymous surveys. And I spoke to Dawn, who shared her story. She noticed some urine leakage 10 years ago when she was 50. And now, at the age of 60, she spoke to me about her journey. She didn't go to the GP because she felt ashamed. It got worse, and she began to see the gynaecologist. And she got the strength to speak to the GP, who gave her tablets. 3 rounds of tablets of not working and her symptoms getting worse, urinary leakage, and she wasn't able to leave the house. The gynaecologist referred her to a physiotherapist and specialist nurses. And I asked, what went wrong here? Lack of prevention. Prevention, prevention, prevention is key. Physiotherapy is recommended as a part of an integral part of women's health, and especially when pelvic floor dysfunction. Physiotherapy is by far the most effective intervention preventing and treating mild to moderate incontinence and prolapse, according to the 2019 NHS long-term plan. Insufficient physiotherapist numbers mean that women who experience pelvic floor dysfunction or prolapse wait months or years or miss out entirely on treatment to address these. Women often end up needing surgery, which could have been avoided with early intervention. Dawn eventually received specialist care and her symptoms have vastly improved, and she only gets the odd leakage here and there. Her advice to others is, see your GP, don't leave it, and ask for a referral to see a specialist. I had a privilege to see such a specialist service in my constituency, Dudley Adult Bladder and Bowel Service, known as DABS, where I met patients and practitioners like Ola Rowlings, team lead and clinical pelvic health physiotherapist, who shared her story. It was eye-opening. Patients told me how they want to see the GP, but they only talk about bowels and seldom bladders. A patient, Leanne, told me she felt ignored, fobbed off and misdirected. One felt like she was a prisoner. Her patients felt like a bouncing ball across different parts of the system. How men were reluctant to see self-help groups, especially those with prostate cancer. How many men didn't even know they had a pelvic floor and they thought it was only women. Yet these symptoms can be easily treated, and with the right interventions and treatment and the right course of rehabilitation. Research shows that every £1 spent on women's health services, there's a return of £13 thanks to a reduction in emergency service emissions, fewer missed days at work, and better long-term health outcomes. And I know the Department of Health is currently consulting on the men's health strategy, and I trust the Minister will ensure that this aspect of men's health is front and centre. The DAB service, I quote, call themselves a Cinderella service. The testimony of patients and professionals is humbling to hear, but it makes me so angry. We are letting too many people down. So what must change? We need to talk about the taboo, and we need action too. A renaissance of public toilets, for example, maintaining the ones that we have, opening the ones that are closed, building new ones. I want to see bins in both men's and women's toilets to see that we can throw these products in the bin. I support the Boys Need Bins campaign by Prostate Cancer UK, and I congratulate the APBG for bladder and bowel continence for their work. And I ask Madam Deputy Speaker, or shall I say now Mr Speaker, that if this place could be a pioneer in this place to place bins in all men's toilets. We also need better food labelling, so fibres listed on products so people understand how they can get better bowel health, and ensuring that AI and robotics revolution in healthcare does not miss bladder and bowel care. We need a joint up service between GPs, hospitals, clinics and patient groups. Perhaps more sympathetically, a more subtle signage in healthcare settings. Products provided outside healthcare settings could have simple labels on shelves such as body care instead of incontinence products. That tackles the embarrassment of being seen by a friend or neighbour in the shops. And I urge the Minister, as the 10-year plan nears publication, to ensure that bladder and bowel care is in this plan. So much needs to be changed, but today I have 5 concrete asks for the Minister. First, we need a public health information campaign to raise awareness and smash the stigma. A recommendation from Dr. Sarah Webb, Royal College of Midwives. The NHS spends millions on campaigns such as cancer screening, the use of 111, sepsis, and quite rightly too. And can the Minister commit to a campaign on bladder and bowel care? I'm happy to give way.
Thank you for giving way. Many years ago, when I worked in the NHS, the board tried to save money by changing the incontinence products that people used. As products were not quite the same, it caused a lot of distress for those people who use them and also a lot of inconvenience for the health professionals working with patients, particularly the district nurse team. And in the end, it didn't really save any money. So does my honourable friend agree with me that it's important that people get access to the products that work for them?
Thank you, Ma.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, and I agree products do need to be readily available, and actually it's one of my recommendations as I come forward. Second, beyond awareness is prevention. We need real understanding, and I want bladder and bowel health to be formed part of the school syllabus, enmeshed into the curriculum. A recommendation from Surgeon Dr. Robinson, Robert from Royal College of Obs and Gynae. Let's give teachers the tools to teach it. I want to be a part of the training of all healthcare professions so that the medical profession understands bladder and bowel care from the earliest times of their job. We need a specialist workforce of physiotherapists, nurses and surgeons and many more. And can the Minister commit to placing this high on the agenda for schools and build a specialist MDT workforce who have the skills and knowledge for the future? Third, we need enhanced R&D into bladder and bowel conditions and the treatment. That doesn't necessarily mean vastly increasing the spending, but viewing how current resources can be better prioritised. We can't diagnose, treat and rehabilitate or look for future medical interventions if we had limited research. Fourth, the recommendation from Dr. Ashish Pradhan, Chair of the British Society of Urogynecology. Can the Minister commit to ban on misleading advertisement which gives the wrong message to people, where products with no regulation are advertised and patients are told to live with their symptoms? Fifth, a recommendation from a patient who I met, Leanne, a one-stop shop where all services are under one roof and care is closer to home. And products from shops are cheaper, and incontinence products are currently exempt of VAT if they purchased for personal use or used by a registered charity. But what if they're purchased by a care home? 5 demands, 5 things that will show real progress backed by experts. I look forward to the Minister's response. And lastly, let me say this to men, women and young children and young people who are listening to this debate. You are not alone and there is no shame. People are often surrounded by silence that people don't want to talk about, but people don't know about, and the NHS doesn't do enough about. This ends now and it ends here. Thank you.
Yeah. Question is as on the order paper. John Cooper.
Thank you, sir. Incontinence is no respecter of person and no respecter of sex, and it's male incontinence that I rise to speak about. The wry old joke is that men didn't know they had a prostate until their other half read about it in the Daily Mail. Campaigning newspapers such as the Mail and charity groups such as Prostate Buddies in my Dumfries and Galloway constituency have done a power of work to make men aware of prostate disease and prostate cancer. Just as well, when prostate cancer is the most common version of the disease in men, 1 in 8 of us will be diagnosed, rising to 1 in 4 in black men. It is well recognised that early diagnosis is key, of course, but it is less well known that as many as 60% of those treated with surgery will face urinary incontinence. And out with surgical intervention, Prostate Cancer UK say that on average 1 in 25 men aged over 40 will experience some form of urinary leakage every year. The scale of the issue and people facing the problem report feeling shame, embarrassment and isolation is greater than many suppose. The guarded good news then is that far from being alone, people suffering incontinence are actually part of a very large portion of society. But it has, however, been another silent epidemic, with people left to suffer in obscurity. But today, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Dudley on securing this debate, is part of the solution to that. Given her medical background, I would of course defer to the Honourable Member for advice on what can be done to relieve the physical symptoms of incontinence. And much can be done. Better prostate treatments are cutting the number of men suffering incontinence after prostate treatment, IPT, according to the American Urological Association. Pelvic floor exercises can help both men and women, as can bladder training. But what can government do? Aside from health policy decisions on treatment for incontinence in all its forms, male, female, post-op, prostate-related or childbirth-related, small steps can help. When asked by the Honourable Member for Cheadle whether there had been discussions about providing bins in male toilets for disposal of the sanitary ware made necessary by incontinence, a DEFRA minister gave a rather technocratic answer. She did promise an HSE review of workplace regulations dating back to 1992 regarding provision of disposal facilities in workplace toilets in due course. I do hope we might hear from the Minister today confirmation that this consultation can now be fast-tracked. Regardless, I hope we have taken a giant stride here in this place today by stripping away some of the stigma merely by giving an airing to this incontinence issue. There has been much talk recently about Parliament at its best, but surely this is this place at its best, considering unfashionable yet critical issues. Today, we bury some of the myths that this condition is somehow shameful, and with this first ever debate on the subject, we take a modest but significant step towards improving the lives of those who struggle with the burden of incontinence. Thank you.
Beg your pardon. Dr. Bencom.
I was grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And may I also thank, big thank you, to my honourable friend, the Member of Dudley, for securing this extremely important debate. And I was fascinated, a little shocked to hear this is the first full debate in this chamber on this subject. And it is absolutely tremendous that we are talking about this, because we need to talk about it. And it is a subject, as everyone, I think, recognise that people rarely talk about, despite the fact that bladder and bowel control issues, and I'm going to try and use that phrase my honourable friend rightly raised it, instead of incontinence, throughout my remarks, scribbling away here, and despite the fact that bladder and bowel control issues affect millions of people, for long, too long, this has been treated as a private embarrassment, it's something to whisper about, it's something not to act on. And I was very struck by what my honourable friend said about the number of people that got in touch with her, who are crying out for this subject to be raised and discussed, and for us to take action. And we need to take action because it's not just a health issue, although it is a very important health issue, it's also a social justice issue, it's an issue of dignity. And at the moment, far too many people, far too many families are facing a daily struggle which has been quietly ignored. And as has been touched upon, yes, it's estimated that 1 in 3 women in the UK experiences urinary control issues. But crucially, and I'm speaking, I think it's very important that men should speak in this debate as well, and I'm very pleased that my honourable friend, the member for Dumfries and Galloway, started speaking for the opposition. This affects men too. And in my own city of London, a recent survey of Prostate Cancer UK found that 54% of all male Londoners had experienced urinary control problems. And more than 1 in 4 men, that's 28%, experience the symptoms as early as the age of 18 to 25. This contradicts the widely held view that bladder conditions only affect older adults. Although, and then of course we come to bowel incontinence, and that's more closely associated with age. 15% of those aged over 85 and living at home are affected, and the figure is even higher for people, men and women, living in residential and nursing homes. And then, of course, we have to also think about bladder and bowel conditions affecting children and young people, and especially those with disabilities, whose voice are often the last to be heard anyway, and particularly the last to be heard in this subject, in this matter. And these conditions can mean disabled children, other children missing out on education, missing out on friendships, missing out on an ordinary life because of a lack of basic provision. And we have a situation where families feel ashamed when they ask for help because they think no one else is facing the same thing. And again, that comes back to the importance of us discussing this matter in the House today, because the truth is many families are facing the same issue, and we need to make it safe to talk about this and safe to ask for support. So bladder and bowel conditions are a health issue, they're a social justice issue, and it's time we treated them as such. And it's very important to recognise that when we talk about it's about time to treat them as such, it's because that's not what happens now. Despite the evident human cost, despite the prevalence of these conditions across society, support and services remain inadequate. And those affected and their families are left to scramble for help. They face stigma. They too often endure isolation. And yet, as my honourable friend, Member for Dudley set out, there are simple, straightforward solutions that would make a huge difference in the life of those who live with bladder and bowel control issues. And we can start, as we're doing today, as has been said, by destigmatising the issue. And then, at a national level, we need a public health campaign led by the Department of Health that makes it clear that these conditions are normal and treatable and nothing to be ashamed of. And I was very struck, one of the very few people in both these houses that I've heard talking about these conditions was when I went to a meeting, as one of many meetings that all my colleagues on all sides have been to on assisted dying, and I heard from a disabled member of the House of Lords and other people who were disabled and wheelchair users, and they spoke in a very matter-of-fact way about being, the word they used, about being incontinent, and made it quite clear that it was perfectly possible to lead a normal and fulfilling life if that were the case. And when I was growing up, older people say to me, the one thing I dread above all things is being incontinent. I think I'd take my life if that happened. And it was very inspiring for me to hear a member in the other place talking about their own situation and realising that by talking about it, it was sort of releasing all of us from a particular challenge when it came to reflecting on assisted dying. But coming back, we've had the mention of the campaign like prostate cancer's UK's Boys Need Bins. There are other things like Tina, the incontinence products, End Bladder Shame. And these things show what's possible when people feel heard, but they need, as I say, more support. So alongside public health campaign, let's have more investment in infrastructure. That means more modern, accessible public toilets with clean, safe disposal facilities for men as well as for women. This has been a long-standing request from charities like Age UK. And in schools, we need to make sure that every school, mainstream schools as well as specialist schools, should have trained staff who can support children with bladder and bowel conditions, not as an afterthought, but as part of their core pastoral care. And if I may, and I know we have a minister here from the Department of Health, but I hope she can pass on the message to her colleagues in the Department for Education that they should make sure that school toilets are accessible, hygienic and inclusive, with disposal bins, with locks, with spaces, and with dignity built in. And finally, I'd like to see us integrate bladder and bowel care into, as has been mentioned, national health strategies. They should be a core part of NHS England's work on long-term conditions, on ageing and preventative care, not an afterthought. And I look forward to that being reflected in the 10-year plan. I look forward, I hope, to that being reflected in the forthcoming men's health strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, better bladder and bowel care will save men and women and their families from stress and save children from shame and the feeling of being left behind. And, wonderfully, as has been said by my friend the member for Derby, it will save public money. So it's a public good, and it will make a huge difference if we take this seriously to a lot of people's lives. So let's give this issue the attention it deserves. Let's do right by every person living with these conditions who've been living in silence for too long. Thank you.
Order. There are a significant number of members who want to take part in the following debate. We're playing a bit beat the clock. I'm not going to put a rigid time limit on this at this stage, but if members could confine their speeches to not more than 6 minutes, then I think we should get everybody in, get the front benches in, and give adequate time for the next debate. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Sir Roger, and welcome you to your place, Sir Roger, and it's a pleasure to see you there again. As my party's health spokesperson, it's a pleasure for me to be here to speak on this issue. First of all, thank the Honourable Lady for Dudley for setting the scene so incredibly well. The accessibility and the quality of continence service in Northern Ireland always give a perspective of Northern Ireland. In 2020, a report that it's estimated some 500,000 people in Northern Ireland live with bladder control problems, and some 250,000 with bowel control problems, many experiencing both. Remember, Northern Ireland's population is 1.95 million. That puts that figure into perspective. It's estimated that from NICE, that 61% of men in the general population experience lower urinary tract symptoms, and some 34% of women have that there. Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for Dumfries and Galloway for focusing on prostate cancers? It's one of those things that us men folk don't really wish to think about or talk about. The Honourable Gentleman's probably right. It's probably the wife that says, you have a pain somewhere, did you go and see about it? And should you go and see it? Yes, you most definitely should. This debate is about raising awareness. It's not a topic that is openly discussed, as the Honourable Lady for Dudley referred to, because people often feel uncomfortable discussing the symptoms and the problems. And given the personal nature of the issue, I have to say, Deputy Speaker, that I feel a tad uncomfortable as well. And as a result, many suffer in silence or wait a long time before discussing their continence issues with a healthcare professional. Some 20% of those affected go on to seek treatment, even though there's many that just maybe don't recognise it at first. Continence services can be a significant contributing factor to social isolation. Look, honourable members, whether we like it or not, many people will feel uneasy about these issues, so therefore they will withdraw to themselves and seek to deal with the problems of those who have a normal life whenever they don't have a normal life. It's clear we need to do more to remove any feelings of shame from continence issues, and by having a public conversation. So I'm very thankful that my local council, others have referred to council, my local council, Ards North Down, Ards Council that I served on at one time, and Ards North Down Council is it now, they provide sanitary bins and accessible toilets across the borough, including some male toilets. These bins are part of a wider initiative to make public toilets more inclusive, particularly for individuals with stoma needs. Because part of the debate we have today is those with stoma needs as well. It's surprising many people in life that I meet who carry a stoma bag and how they've managed to deal with that. And it isn't easy. It's probably one of those things that scares the wits out of you. It does for me, I have to say that. And indeed, when we look at those experience the problem as well. And the council has upgraded, my council, Ards North Down Council, have upgraded some 44 of their accessible toilets with features like shelves, with hooks, with mirrors, with bins to accommodate stoma care. My council, Mr Deputy Speaker, takes that action and has done that already. Additionally, the Council is working to address the need for sanitary bins in all public toilets, including male toilets, where they are not currently a legal requirement, but Ards and North Down Council, my council, have already done that because it's the right thing to do and they have recognised that. They did this at their own cost, on their own initiative, not because legally had to, because they recognised the need. And this, I believe, helps to address the stigma. But this must be a UK-wide view and not simply individuals deciding to do that. While we recommend and commend Ards and North Down Council for that, we recognise that they did it because it was the right thing to do, but not because they had to. 1 in 5 people are affected by these issues, and yet it's a silent topic. It is good that today it is spoken of with the compassion, the understanding and the carefulness of what this debate it tries to deliver. Inadequate management of incontinence can lead to escalating costs due to morbidity and unnecessary hospitalisation. So these are the side effects. It's good to see the Minister in her place as well. The Minister always responds very helpfully with the questions that we will ask. And since some 6.5 million adults in the UK suffer with some form of bowel cancer, it's imperative that we do things better. Unless now, children, very quickly, 1 in 10 children will suffer from incontinence, and that's an issue that the Honourable Gentleman referred to, one that can't be ignored either. Unless treated, whether it be bedwetting, daytime wetting, constipation, soiling or difficulties with toilet training, 1 in 10 children will suffer from this as well. So it's another issue that can't be ignored. As has been mentioned, improving catheter care in the community would reduce A&E attendance and also hospital admissions. 2 of the Secretary of State's 3 shifts, hospital to community, sickness to prevention. So I'd ask the Minister this: is there something that government can commit to implementing in a coordinated strategy? Colleagues have flagged the many different changes that are needed, and I know these cannot be done immediately, but I believe, in conclusion, Sir Roger, it is important that we move forward, that we have the discourse, and that we dispel the darkness of shame and shine a light for those who feel isolated in the shadows. Today, by the Honourable Lady and others who will participate, is the first step in this journey. I look forward to participating in further journeys. Thank you.
Marcus Campbell-Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for bringing this issue to the House for debate. Unlike the member for Dudley, I'm not an experienced health professional, so I'll narrow my contribution to the issue of public toilets, their availability and their importance to those with incontinence. There are people who did not go out last week, who may not go out today or next week. Those whose trips are always challenged by the lack of or uncertainty about the availability of public toilets. Not just those who are incontinent, but those who experience any sort of urgency. Those with irritable bowel syndrome, Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. Those who need to use the toilet more frequently because of age or pregnancy, because they're menstruating, have had prostate cancer, have stomas or other disabilities. And those who are caring for those with disabilities. There are very few of us who at some point during our lives will not be affected by these vulnerabilities. And we want our country to be one in which we're able to ensure the dignity and the ability for those visiting public spaces to have access to public toilets. Local authorities have powers to provide public toilets, but no statutory duty to do so. And this lack of compulsion has contributed to the decline in the number of public conveniences. As a former local councillor, I know how stretched local authority budgets are, decimated through a long decade of austerity and the political decisions to centralise funding. In my constituency, which encompasses the Lake District National Park, we are of course very aware of the importance of good quality public toilets to support tourism. And yet even there, at prime visitor sites such as the start of the Keswick to Threlkeld railway path, a fantastic facility for those with disabilities to enjoy the Lake District, there is insufficient money to provide public toilets. Just 2 years ago, this House considered appointing a Commissioner for Public Conveniences and making it a statutory duty for local authorities to have public convenience plans. I'm not sure why something so simple would require the creation of a Commissioner, but like so many plans under the last government, it never came to pass. I'd like to ask this new government to look again at establishing a statutory requirement on local authorities. And in the meantime, I invite honourable members across the House to lobby their own local authorities to ensure they create, review and scrutinise public convenience plans, that they make the public spaces accessible to those for whom quality public toilets are the difference between inclusion and exclusion. A recent survey by the Association for Public Service Excellence found over a third of local authorities had reduced their provision of public toilets over the last decade. We know that provision had been declining even before then. But it's not all bad news. Half of the councils that responded in the 2024 survey did provide changing places toilets. And I'd like to congratulate the campaigning organisation Changing Places, which has lobbied so long and so hard to seek provision for the 250,000 people in the UK and their families and carers who have for so long been condemned to loneliness at home by the lack of accessible public toilet facilities. Their latest count of Changing Places toilets in the UK is 2,607. Their campaign will have been instrumental in the 2021 building regulations requiring all new public buildings to put in large and well-equipped toilet facilities. Many local authorities have ensured provision in creative and economical ways, with community toilet schemes and with payments or rates reductions for businesses that open their toilet facilities for the public. They can make planning permission, leases and premise licences subject to the provision of public toilets. They can hand over to community operators. These are not always suitable or appropriate substitutes for standard public toilets provided and maintained by the local authority, but as part of a portfolio of provision do help increase access and often help circumnavigate some of the issues of graffiti and inappropriate use that present problems for some communities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I urge all honourable members in this House to engage with our local authorities, to impress upon them how important it is for our publics to be adequately provided with high-quality, well-maintained facilities, and I look to members participating in this debate today to join me in calling upon this government to draw up statutory measures. Public toilets that support the most vulnerable people in our communities should be a duty, not an option.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my friend, my honourable friend from Dudley, for securing this important debate today. I have recently become the chair of the APPG for bowel and bladder continence care, and there is much to be done. From the background of early years, and as I'm sure any parent of a young child will confirm, we are probably the people who talk about wee and poo the most in this world. They tell us vital health information from the earliest days of having a baby. It is crucial, and bladder function is one of the signs of good health, and maintaining that through adult leads to the prevention of incontinence. And the importance of talking about wee and poo cannot be understated. And I'm sure, as any 3-year-old will tell you, it's because it's funny. Wee and poo are the funniest topics in nursery classrooms up and down the country. And it is funny, right up until the point that it's not. And when wee and poo stops being funny, it is devastating. It impacts on people's mental and physical health and on their dignity and their very independence. And in some cases can prove fatal. And it's entirely preventable. Sadly, poo and wee is not funny for around 14 million people who have continence and incontinence issues. And this figure alone hides some of the issues with dealing with the enormous range of health conditions which result in the field of continence. The 14 million is based on data gathered in 2018, and no recent data is available. And continence status data is not recorded as standard on entry in the NHS. The scale of the problem is simply unquantifiable, and the NICE guidelines have not been reviewed. And the findings of the Excellence in Continence report from 2017 have not been fully implemented. We need a stronger mandate and a greater focus on the training for incontinence needs across midwifery, dementia, cancer care, health visiting teams, literally cradle to grave. And we need to be providing this care in our communities to avoid the need for crisis interventions in A&E. Today I will highlight just a couple of the complications in failing to provide a robust continence service. Despite spending a large amount of my time surrounded by and occasionally covered in poo and wee, I did not arrive in Parliament intending to take on this role. I have been made aware for many years about the woeful lack of help for those with continence issues, around poverty caused by buying continence products and the rationing of the 4 pads a day. I have faced the frustration of parents with no continence service in Warwickshire at all until May 2024. I have been aware of parents, especially those with children in SEND, had trauma attending A&E with their child's constipation and reaching agonising and dangerous levels. But it was excuse me, it was Alyssa and Ivan's story that motivated to take on my role and campaign for more humane, systemic changes to the way that we prevent the worst impact of continence issues. There are so many simple things that can be done to protect the dignity and independence and improve the quality of life for 14 million people. When Ivan arrived at A&E, he was screaming and in pain. His stomach distended and he was severely underweight for his age. He had spent months in pain and attending A&E around 4 times a week. He was discharged without treatment. Alyssa did not leave. She did not accept the shocking assessment from consultants that disabled children just scream. She pushed back, and with sheer luck, one of Ivan's other consultants happened to see them and made the instructions for the X-ray. The final day, they evacuated nearly 2 kilograms of stool from a 10-kilogram 3-year-old child. Alyssa believes that that day saved his life, and others have not been so lucky. In 2019, 19 people with learning difficulties died from constipation under continence care, and out of all of the deaths of learning difficulties, more than a quarter were also suffering from constipation and bowel issues that would be worthy of note. Unsurprisingly, we don't even hold the data for the wider population on these issues. Continence and constipation issues are increasing in our younger population at a worrying rate, and especially the strong correlation between constipation, continence issues and neurodiversity. 1 in 4 of our children who start school are not yet ready to use a toilet independently, and on average 2.4 hours of learning time is lost every day supporting children going to the toilet. Toileting issues, even in nursery, cause embarrassment, anxiety, which often leads to functional constipation, damaging the bowel and causing lifelong continence issues. Getting it right from the start is hugely important. Children with continence issues are often excluded from school activities, parents required to take time off school, and consequently, Eric, the charity, specialising in supporting children with continence issues, who coincidentally are here today again to celebrate and draw attention to World Continence Week. Note that in the 1980s, 83% of babies were out of nappies by 18 months. New research identifies the benefits of children who start potty training earlier and are out of nappies by 30. But the health visiting team numbers are a disgraceful all-time low and national shame, and outdated NICE guidelines. The message is not getting through, and parents simply don't know where to turn for the right support, especially in places like Warwickshire, where continence care was simply unavailable. Hospital admissions for childhood continence issues and constipation have increased by 60% in over a decade, with 44,000 children admitted this year alone. The decimation of health visitor numbers, school nurses, the demolition of institutions like Sure Start leaves carers and families without infrastructure and support needed to help children train to toilet independently and constipation be recognised before it becomes life-threatening. Increased data collection is essential, and we need to move to a stage whereby the NICE guidelines are heavily mandated, reviewed and supported into healthcare so that we can make savings in crisis teams. If we thoroughly intend to move from care to community and crisis to prevention, continence care has to be a central focus to that mission. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I would like to thank my neighbour and honourable friend, the member for Dudley, for securing this important debate and for attempting to remove the stigma and silence that too often surrounds this key area of healthcare. It has been mentioned that there are over 14 million people in the UK who experience bladder leakage. There are more than 6.5 million, around 1 in 10, who struggle with bowel control. Those figures are probably not a true reflection of the reality, as many individuals choose not to disclose their symptoms, often due to embarrassment or in the mistaken belief that incontinence is simply an inevitable part of ageing. I want to talk a bit about how women suffering from incontinence have been treated in the past, because we then need to look at how we need to be looking at proper treatment options for the future. We need to focus on treatment options available to those living with incontinence. For far too long, vaginal mesh surgery was widely accepted as the so-called gold standard to treat stress urinary incontinence in women. Between its introduction in 2008 and when the use was paused in 2018, it is believed that over 100,000 women in the UK underwent mesh implant procedures. Sadly, many of them were not properly advised about the alternative options available to treat stress urinary incontinence. My honourable friend has mentioned physiotherapy supervised pelvic floor exercise, of which these women were not advised, and neither were they advised about the risks associated with using vaginal mesh. And some of these women sustained life-changing injuries. Before I became an MP chair, I worked as a solicitor, specialising in representing women who had been affected by vaginal mesh implants and pursued claims for compensation for them based on clinical negligence. I came across women who were left in constant pain, unable to work, participate in daily aspects of life, personal relationships were affected, and their lives were changed forever by a treatment that was supposed to help them. I commend the work of Baroness Cumberledge in her landmark report, First Do No Harm, published in July 2020, which recommended, first of all, that the government should immediately issue a full apology on behalf of the healthcare system to the families affected by mesh. She also proposed a scheme to be set up to meet the cost of providing additional care and support to those who experienced avoidable harm, and also proposed networks of specialist centres to be set up to provide comprehensive treatment, care and advice for those affected by mesh implants. A subsequent report by Dr. Henrietta Hughes, released in February 2024 through the Patient Safety Commissioner, recommended a government financial and non-financial redress scheme for all those affected by mesh. Looking ahead, Chair, and having spoken about vaginal mesh, it is critical that current recommended treatments for incontinence are subject to the highest clinical scrutiny, and that we take steps to ensure that no more patients are harmed in the pursuit of quick fixes or one-size-fits-all solutions. At the heart of every treatment plan must be the dignity, safety and informed choice of the patient. Treatments must be tailored to the type and severity of each individual's condition, not determined by cost-effectiveness alone. Patient outcomes and not simply financial metrics must be central to how we define value in care for incontinence patients. We must break the stigma surrounding this issue. A recent study found that around 40% of women had experienced urinary incontinence, yet only 17% of those had sought professional help. Poor continence care, as has already been mentioned, can lead to complications such as infections, social isolation, and in some cases, hospital admissions. Each of these outcomes is completely avoidable with early intervention and treatment, and something that we must aim for in our healthcare system. Only by tackling the taboo, investing in better treatment pathways, and listening to the voices of those affected can we ensure that people living with incontinence are able to access the support they need and to do so with the dignity that they deserve.
Chris Finch.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I first thank my honourable friend from Dudley for securing this really important debate. And I would say it is really great to have her experience working as an NHS physio here in this chamber and the unique perspective she can bring to this issue. I want to thank the member for my honourable friend from Wolverhampton West for mentioning the pelvic mesh scandal. Very early on into being elected as the MP for Harlow, I had a number of women come to me who are victims of the pelvic mesh scandal. I think at this point I've had over a dozen women approach me, and that's just in Harlow constituency. So I think it really gives us an idea of the huge number of women who have been affected by this terrible scandal. I don't just want to focus on the pelvic mesh scandal, not least because my honourable friend did it far more justice than I would, but because actually whether you're the victim of a national scandal or any of the other reasons that the honourable honourable friend from Dudley mentioned for bladder and bowel issues, nobody should be made to feel embarrassed by these issues. What really struck me talking to women who were victims of the pelvic mess scandal, Mr Deputy Speaker, was the kind of journey they went on. When they initially had the issues of bladder and bowel problems, they did feel really embarrassed. And actually only when it got to a point where they were in almost constant pain did they feel they could come forward. And what a terrible situation to be so embarrassed that you feel you can't come forward to the GP. And we've really got to end that stigma. And I wasn't going to mention it, but as we're in a safe space, I would mention, my own experience of suffering from IBS as a young person. It was almost a joke when we went on holidays. Oh, we must make sure we're near a toilet so that Chris can go. And, actually, it shouldn't be a stigma. It's a medical condition, and actually, people should understand it, support it, and give me the support to deal with it. Just briefly though, I mean, to really show solidarity with those people who do suffer from bladder and bowel issues. Urinary incontinence impacts an estimated 14 million people in the UK. So many members across the House have mentioned this already, but if you do suffer from these issues, please don't think you're the only person to be suffering from them. And a quick maths calculation tells me that's roughly 20,000 per constituency. So a significant number of our constituents will suffer from these issues. And because the NHS is roughly £5 billion a year dealing with these issues, I wonder if that bill would come down if we gave confidence to people suffering from these issues to come forward sooner. Some of the symptoms I've kind of alluded to, but loss of dignity and independence, of social isolation. Remember my honourable friend who's not in his place at the moment mentioned the fact that there are people who aren't going out at all because they are embarrassed. What a terrible situation for them to be in, and one that is entirely avoidable, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we could help them to reduce the embarrassment and the stigma that people feel. I join my honourable friend from Dudley in asking the Minister about the collection of data on those impacted by this issue, and absolutely the need for a public health campaign. And I thank the member for Strangford for mentioning the issue of stomas. I've got a friend of mine who absolutely has a stoma, I'm sure she would really welcome, us talking about that issue and again ending the stigma with regards to that. I will very briefly, Mr Speaker, talk about women's health. I actually recognise the really vital contribution from the honourable member from Dumfries and Galloway about the impact on men, but I really welcome the fact that on a number of occasions health ministers in this government have really championed the importance of health equality. And I hear a number of stories from women in Harlow who feel they aren't taken seriously, and I hope we can address that, and I hope the Minister will address that in her summing up. Finally, I thank my honourable member, the honourable friend from Dudley, for bringing this hugely important debate to this House. I agree with sentiments from across the House that actually this is the first step in ending the stigma, and I hope we can work together to end the stigma, end the embarrassment, and as I say, I know this is just the start of that. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Pam Cox. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I also thank the member for Dudley for bringing this debate. I can't quite believe it's the first time that this House has debated it. I also fully endorse her suggested recommendations to improve bladder and bowel care, and I hope the Minister will also endorse those. And as we've heard today, incontinence affects people of all ages across all communities. It's something still shrouded in stigma and embarrassment. It's something that disrupts so many daily activities for people, from going to school, going to work, going out for the day, going out for the night, going on holiday. It really is something that needs to be tackled at so many levels. To echo the remarks of the member for Penrith and Solway, one way in which we need to address this is by ensuring that we have enough accessible toilets in public places and on workplaces and schools with the necessary facilities, including sanitary bins for incontinence products for all users. In Colchester, my constituency, we've just restored one of the sets of toilets in our main public park, Castle Park, after a justified outcry at their closure. So adequate public toilet provision is just one response to this complex crisis. But as my honourable friend, member for Dudley, has said, other measures are needed to tackle this. And I congratulate her for being, I think, the first to bring this to the public attention in the House, and we look forward to working with her on it. Many thanks.
Dr. Lauren Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my right honourable friend, Member for Dudley, for securing this incredibly important debate, and it's been absolutely wonderful just listening to how this debate is being conducted. It's often overlooked, has been said, and it is occurring on World Incontinence Week. Bladder and bowel control issues are a taboo, they're embarrassing, and I'd like to thank the member for Harlow for sharing his experience. He won't be alone, and I'm sure there are many in this chamber as well that have suffered the same, as have our constituents. And we need to talk about this openly. We cannot hide this in silence. And it affects so many people. 1 in 3 women have a unitary incontinence issue in the UK. Half of those are likely to suffer due to pregnancy, childbirth, hormonal changes linked to the menopause, another taboo topic. But let's go through the stages and where there's some still remaining issues. So how it's detected and diagnosed. Now, I will refer to my honourable friend for her expertise, but the University of Aberdeen have found that the invasive bladder pressure tests, which are often painful and incredibly uncomfortable, are not necessarily necessary. And so actually researchers have found that non-invasive testing, including the things that she's described about pelvic floor exercises, those things should be made more available to patients. So just one of the issues. Another one, surgical implants, and I refer to the member of Wolverhampton West for his incredible expertise on this topic, and thanking him for the work that he's doing to help protect women. I mean, the complications that have affected hundreds, if not thousands of women, rightly outraged, have been described as barbaric. And we must do more to see that those women are compensated, but no amount of compensation will ever make up for the years of pain, physical and emotional damage. This issue needs to be treated with respect, care, and the treatment options need to be empowered, so people feel that they can be empowered to prevent these things from occurring. I want to pay tribute to the Boys Need Bins campaign, which I've spoken with, and have been absolutely incredible, because men too suffer from incontinence, and we need these bins in those public spaces. So how can we help people live lives to the full? Well, the impact, and member who's no longer in his place, a member of Penrith and Solway, made the point that austerity and cuts to local government has meant that many public toilets have been closed. Thankfully, though, in my area in Gresham, the local council has increased the number of public toilets available, and including opening one by the bus hub, so that people can know and plan those regular breaks if they need it. And we need to make sure that there are spaces that people feel empowered and confident to leave their homes, because we cannot have more people standing there. Of course, I would do that.
I thank my honourable friend, and I also pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Dudley, for raising this very important subject. My honourable friend, the member for Penrith and Solway, mentioned, as have others, the importance of greater and better provision of public conveniences. But does she agree with me that we also need to encourage cafes and other organisations within town centres to make better provision for people who are suffering from these issues, and that perhaps some of the campaigns that have been alluded to can help make those spaces available, by no means to replace what public conveniences should do, but to assist people who are vulnerable to have the places that they need in our town centres.
Thank you. I would agree with him, and the community toilet scheme, which has also been used in Gresham, has been a good success. However, the issue, of course, comes down to vandalism. But we can't see, and I think councils cannot see this as an easy way to cut money. It needs to be a statutory. So I would support his bid to make this a statutory duty to provide public toilets and space. No one deserves to be lonely, locked at home. And so I hope this is the first step to opening the door. And again, thank the member for Dudley for bringing this to the attention of the world. So thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Liberal Democrat front bench.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you back in the chair. And I'd like to start by thanking the Honourable Member for Dudley for securing this important debate and for outlining so well the issues in her opening speech, and particularly the importance of breaking down the taboos surrounding incontinence and the social isolation that can result from it. I have carefully scribbled on my speech all the way through the term incontinence and hopefully replaced it with bladder and bowel control issues, and forgive me if I have missed one. I also recognise the importance of prevention and specialist treatment. She highlighted the benefits, both to individuals and taxpayers, from investing in women's health up front, and I echo that call. And I also, there are lots of excellent contributions, but I also just want to thank the member for Wolverhampton West for raising the scandal of pelvic mesh implants, and I thank him for highlighting the issue and the need for redress there. Mr Deputy Speaker, incontinence or bladder and bowel control issues can have a hugely detrimental impact on a person's well-being and sense of dignity, as we've heard. Despite affecting millions of people across the UK, it's the subject of stigma, and the needs of those with bladder and bowel control issues are not properly considered in many aspects of life. All too often, people suffering from these issues are left without the right support, whether that's the uncomfortable bladder pressure test that the Honourable Lady has just referred to, or no access to sanitary bins in public and workplace toilets. It's been widely assumed for many, many years that for men, sanitary bins aren't required in public toilet facilities. And as we've heard, many millions of men are affected by bladder and bowel control issues. The absence of sanitary bins has a wholly unnecessary and damaging impact on their self-esteem, causing embarrassment and stress, and as we've heard, withdrawal from public places and also the workplace. The cost is tiny, but the benefits for those affected can be significant. There has been progress in this area thanks to the work of campaigns like Boyd Needs Bins from Prostate Cancer UK, but there is far further to go. That's why, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's crucial that we support all individuals with the condition by ensuring access to services like public toilets and sanitary bins, and unfortunately that's not the case. Under the last government, 19% or nearly 600 public toilet facilities were lost. They lost their local authority maintenance and funding between 2015 and 2021 alone. Liberal Democrat research from 45 councils also found that the number of public toilets had fallen by 14% from 2018-19 to 2023. Many local authorities are on the verge of bankruptcy and don't have the spare capacity for these vital services. Proper funding of local authorities to provide services like public toilets and sanitary bins could make a truly meaningful difference for people with bladder and bowel control issues, and I hope the whole House would agree that these individuals deserve access to basic facilities. Now, there's also a clear need for more research into developing better treatments and mitigations for people suffering from bladder and bowel control issues, and crucially, these should avoid unnecessary discomfort or invasive procedures. So I support the call by the Honourable Lady that the University of Aberdeen has found that women with ongoing urinary incontinence can avoid invasive bladder pressure tests, and that non-invasive assessments work just as well in guiding treatment. An emphasis on respecting people's dignity and reducing discomfort should be at the heart of how we approach the testing, treatment and mitigation of these issues. We know too that these issues, and particularly bowel incontinence, can place a significant strain on family carers carrying out personal care who are often under-supported and suffer from ill health themselves. Many, many care requests go unmet. Last year, the King's Fund estimated that nearly 1/3 of requests for local government funding result in no support for care at home. This means that there are many thousands of families struggling with the realities of caring for a loved one with bladder and bowel control issues, and that can include not only the feelings of shame and embarrassment both for them and their loved one, but difficulty with lifting and moving a family member to clean them, and difficulty accessing the necessary equipment to cope. That's why dealing with the crisis in social care should be a top priority for the government. So when the Secretary of State phoned me, and presumably the other National Party health spokespeople over the Christmas break, to let me know that he was instigating the Casey review and cross-party talks to find a long-term solution, I was hugely encouraged. Since then, the Casey review has been delayed, the cross-party talks apparently cancelled, and I must stress that each party giving their view to Baroness Casey is not the same as sitting in the same room and agreeing a long-term funding plan. The terms of reference of the review do not deliver a meaningful reform until the next Parliament, and there's a huge risk that, again, nothing is done by the government of the day, in this case despite having a huge majority to achieve whatever it wants. Meanwhile, the numbers of people needing care are increasing every year. The step change required to transform the sector becomes larger and larger, and politically less palatable. So I urge the Minister to speak to the Secretary of State and help him to recover the enthusiasm for change that he showed over Christmas, because he will have my full support in that. However, there are simple steps that can make a difference now, like hospitals working with family carers ahead of discharge to ensure that they are equipped to carry out these heightened personal care needs. These aren't delivered in many places, let alone ongoing support and meaningful respite care. Wait times for a continence assessment vary around the country and can take weeks and weeks, and improving this would ensure that the right care and equipment would be available much sooner. There's a chronic shortage of speech and language therapists who can make a real difference in helping people with limited or no speech more easily communicate when they need the toilet or want to be changed or washed, which is particularly essential in the cases where they suffer from bladder and bowel control issues. Nor is incontinence properly reflected in how we organise paid social care. For instance, too often, the pay for domiciliary carers and the time that they are expected to care for any one person does not reflect the fact that the needs of care might vary hugely from day to day. Embarrassment, frustration and discomfort for the person being cared for will only be made worse if their carers are rushed, stressed and overworked, and for whom spending longer at one house could mean they are having to work effectively for free. I also want to highlight the importance of good care in a hospital setting. NHS England's 2018 Excellence in Continence Care Guidance states the following. Pathways of care should be commissioned that ensure early assessment, effective management of incontinence, along with other bladder and bowel problems such as constipation and urinary tract infections and their impact on social, physical and mental well-being. And the reason I want to highlight this is that my constituent, Trevor Collins, died on the 21st of May 2022 as a result of aspiration pneumonia and small bowel ileus, which was due to a small bowel obstruction caused by constipation. The coroner concluded that neglect at Shrewsbury Hospital and a failure to manage his constipation contributed to his avoidable death. It's essential that healthcare settings are following the NICE guidelines in place, not only to preserve dignity, but also to prevent serious harm and even death in the worst cases. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, Liberal Democrats recognise the seriousness of the issues surrounding all types of incontinence and bladder and bowel control issues and the critical importance of ensuring that those with the condition can live in dignity. The Minister will have heard the calls in my speech, and I hope that she can commit to repairing our broken social care system, reinstating cross-party talks and wrapping up the KC review this year so that we can make reforms that are necessary for long-term stability in the sector and the dignity of all of those receiving and providing care. Thank you.
Greg Stafford.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome you to your place today. It is an honour to speak in this debate on behalf of His Majesty's opposition, and I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Dudley for securing it. Her speech included the wealth of experience that she brings to the topic, and I especially congratulate her on putting this on the agenda so clearly today in the House. It was a powerful and wide-ranging speech and demonstrated, I think, the wide range of issues and conditions that can lead to incontinence. Incontinence is a condition that affects around 14 million people across the UK, as the Honourable Member for Nuneaton told us earlier, yet it remains too often misunderstood, under-discussed and, worse still, dismissed. 1 in 3 women experiences urinary incontinence and 500,000 adults live with bowel incontinence. It does not discriminate whether bladder or bowel, temporary or chronic, mild or severe. Incontinence touches people of all ages, backgrounds and walks of life. It affects new mothers, people recovering from surgery, those with neurological conditions, the elderly and even children. Yet too many suffer in silence, held back by stigma, isolation or the belief that nothing can be done. Like honourable members, I receive some heartbreaking stories from my constituents in Farnham, Borden, Hazelmere, Liphook and the surrounding villages. Incontinence is a medical issue, not a personal failing. It is not something to be ashamed of. It is something to be addressed through compassion, awareness and proper care. The impact of incontinence can be profound. It affects people's confidence, their work, their relationships and their mental health. And that's why Continence Week, which we are currently marking, Mr Deputy Speaker, matters. Because we cannot expect people to reach out for help unless we first create a culture where they feel safe and supported in doing so. We also need to ensure that services are in place to respond when they do seek help. That means better access to continence nurses, physiotherapists like the Honourable Member for Dudley, and urologists. It means investing in community support, research and innovation, and recognising that continence care is a core part of our health system, not an afterthought. So I welcome the government's stated ambition to tackle inequalities in women's health and to address conditions like incontinence more seriously. But warm words and long-term ambitions are not enough when so many continue to struggle. For example, the Excellence in Continence Care Guidance was first published back in 2018, a groundbreaking piece of work. But now we need clear next steps, funding and measurable outcomes. We must not allow this to drift for another 7 years while millions suffer in silence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, under the previous Conservative government, we delivered real and lasting progress in this area. In 2022, we published England's first ever women's health strategy, a genuine turning point shaped by listening to more than 100,000 women's voices. That strategy committed to trauma-informed care, expanded research, and crucially improved the quality and accessibility of information on the NHS website so that women could make informed choices about their own health. Under our leadership, women's health hubs were launched with a clear mandate to exist in every integrated care system, bringing services closer to the communities and breaking down barriers to care. We also ensured the creation of specialist mesh centres across England, delivering multidisciplinary, regionally based care for women facing the severe consequences of surgical complications. At a recent roundtable I attended with lecturers from Bath University on mesh, Primodos and valproate, it was clear there is still more work to do to support these women and to learn from the past. And I thank the honourable members from Wolverhampton and Harlow for raising the mesh scandal so passionately earlier. On incontinence itself, the Conservative government backed NIHR funding for vital research into patient-reported outcome measures, empowering patients, improving clinical care, and ensuring that the lived experience is properly reflected in decision-making. But as my honourable friend for Dumfries and Galloway so powerfully elucidated earlier, men are often forgotten in this area. And on this side, we support any culture and any steps that will help men with incontinence. And like the honourable member for Strangford mentioned, we as men are pretty poor at going for diagnosis and treatment, and that needs to change. The scale of the issue remains significant. Nearly half of women experience incontinence after childbirth, and 1 in 10 experience fecal incontinence. Yet only 17% seek help, often because they're told subtly or directly that it's simply part of ageing or the price of motherhood. That attitude is unacceptable then, and it must not be tolerated now. When a third of women suffer pelvic floor disorders after giving birth and still face barriers to care, when men living with incontinence are afraid to leave their homes, when people are forced to depend on charities for access to basic hygiene products, it's clear that we have a public health problem that transcends mere inconvenience. So I ask the Minister today, will the Department commit to publishing an updated Excellence in Continence Care strategy this year with clear timelines and accountability? Will we see dedicated funding to expand women's health hubs further so that continence care is a core service, not a bolt-on? And will she also bring forward a plan for better health service for male incontinence? Will NHS England guarantee national consistency of access to continence services and products, ending the unacceptable postcode lottery? And will the government protect and grow funding for continence research to improve treatments for both men and women? Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to the organisations like Bladder and Bowel UK, Prostate Cancer UK and the Urology Foundation that are breaking taboos and supporting patients so tirelessly. But it's not their responsibility alone. Government must lead. We Conservatives made a start, and now we need the current government to have the same urgency, ambition and delivery to ensure that these hard-won improvements are built upon, so that no one is left to struggle in silence.
Minister Karen Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you in the chair, and I know you've done an excellent job making sure all backbenchers get in this afternoon, this important debate. I will cut some of my comments, but hopefully I will get to everybody, because having this debate on in the World Continence Week, I really congratulate my friend, the member for Dudley. There could not be a more appropriate time to raise the awareness of this issue. As we've heard, millions of men, women and young people and children of all ages are living with bowel and bladder problems. Continence is an issue which robs people of their dignity, as we heard from the member for Chelsea and Fulham and from Harlow, and because of this, too many suffer in silence. And as the member for Dudley rightly says, this is a taboo, and I'd really congratulate her on the first debate in the Chamber. It's great to have her expertise in this area. All continence problems can be debilitating and life-changing. They affect a wide range of care groups and can be a particular concern for the ageing population. In recent years, public discussion and awareness has opened up
Advertising of products has become slightly more commonplace, helping people normalise these issues with which so many people live day to day. However, we're still a very long way from being as